Hello and welcome to Mount Farming with Friends. Let's join them. Hello. Sorry, I was starting my stream. I looked at the time and realized I was 3 minutes late.
I can't believe you're late. It's disgusting.
But yes,
so
I
now
play.
you all know
I play
that,
other games.
We have 2 streams. Caetsu, do you have a link to your stream?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Yeah. You just paste it to me on Discord, then we can just chat around. If there's anyone that is interested in seeing Caetsu's perspective, namely.
I think I have. Yeah, I have your actual channel, not your stream. I think listed on mine. I'll fix that. Copy. All the fun YouTube stuff. Studio.
See here. Can I edit
content.
the description while I am live?
You should be able to. You just got to go to the thingy and hit the.
Yeah.
It's super descriptive. Hit the thingy. Do the thing.
The thing. That's how you do raid leading. Click the thing. And Santos
all the
says,
things.
Santos says Seed of Sacrifice is the best extreme in ShadowBringers in my opinion. I haven't done it. But the thing that I think is absolutely great about Seed of Sacrifice is that it is not entirely predictable. There are like different paths, so you can't just memorize a fixed sequence and then it works. You need to memorize different paths, and that is also the case in normal. The difference is that on normal, it's not too difficult. Your Mars is joining.
Ooh, that's actually quite good. That helped.
Yeah, that would help actually. Yeah.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
There we go. Fix things. Fixing everything.
Stip, you have to make sure to invite. I'm sitting here trying to invite him, and we're not realizing I'm not the leader, so I can't.
You're not party leader.
I mean, I can give you leadership if you really want it.
No, it doesn't. That's up to you. Santos says, overall, even non-extreme Seed of Sacrifice is the best ShadowBringers one. Hades was cool spectacle first time doing it, but not very fun to do repeatedly. Not very fun to do. Yeah, the saddest part is that very late ShadowBringers, the fact that Hades hasn't had 0 item level scaling meant that first timers late in the expansion would hardly see any mechanics if there were like geared people there. They would just mow down the boss before anything interesting happened. I think it's a little better now, but it's still not great.
I know. I like the Emerald fight. That was probably my favorite that I did.
Some of my favorite songs are from Seed of Sacrifice and from the second phase of Emerald Weapon.
Yeah, that Oh, that was so fun. You could tell if you have a good party depending on how quickly you could burn the first half, and it was good. It was always fun to do Emerald.
Kothari, if you are on a European data center and you would like to join, you're very welcome to do so. What you need to do is welcome to Louis Soir would probably be easiest on Chaos. Right, so we have a little bonus member in that we didn't plan around that. Mouse, it turned out to have time. He's a bit busy in the real life, so the mic is mostly off, I'm guessing. But he's here too.
You actually in the Discord?
Kosari, Mouse is on voice.
Oh, Math is.
Kosari from the Discord, from what I'm talking about, from the YouTube stream, is actually joining. What is your character name, Kosari? You can choose to. You can either A, write it in the YouTube stream chat, or B, you can look up my character. Just use the player search here and look for my character name, Caetsu, and tell me your name, and then and then we'll figure it out from there.
I'll just make you party leader so you can do it the easy way.
Obviously, your name is going to appear anyway on the stream, so it's up to you.
Mouse says ask him to come to FC House.
And Mouse says just ask him to come to. Well, what I was going to say is, if his name is literally the same as on YouTube. That helps. Is her name. I actually don't know if know the gender of my audience, so that's a bit presumptuous of me. Sorry about that. On that note, it would probably be healthy if we make sure to use the party chat, because otherwise Kasadi has not a chance to see what people are writing.
Yep. Hello.
So, I understood from Moss that Ari is not coming right now, right? Right. So, surprisingly, we are 6 players after all. And
We're 6 again.
We spent like 15 minutes before the stream, some of us discussing how to deal with the mechanic that sort of we used 6 players for last time, and we only had 4. Now we're 6. Given that we are sort of doing it a bit on the fly, it might mean, Kasadi, that if you're used to doing it in a specific way, we might not be doing that. I don't remember if we looked up a specific strat for things.
No, we just kind of figured stuff out.
Yeah. So, looking over the team, I can see Mars is probably going to be Paladin. And Kasadi, do you want to play Sage? Is that what I'm seeing? And Sid is playing White Mage. Do we need 2 healers?
I wonder if we need 2.
We don't need 2 tanks.
We don't need 2 tanks.
Look, the issue is my DPS has 560. That's how much I played the DPS in this game.
Oh boy. Well, Kasadi, if you have a DPS geared or something, that would probably... we don't need to have 4 DPS either, so we can also just play it safe. In fact, that mechanic that we were getting really creative with last time, if we have 2 tanks, it should be really easy.
Yeah, just 2. Yeah.
1 tank has the health bar with like 1 defensive cooldown to take 3. And there's 6.
Yep.
So that should be very, very manageable. I don't think we're hurting for damage necessarily, so if we would it make it a lot safer if we're 2 healers? Mars says he can red mage, Kasadi says I can tank. My main is tanking, so I imagine among us that my tank gear might be strongest unless anyone has multiple Savage Raid gear pieces.
No.
Which is why I'm leaning towards wanting to tank, but I also know that Mars might not have very much gear or might be extremely rusty with anything but Paladin.
But that brings the question that Mouse has played New Paladin.
Mouse has practiced New Paladin. He specifically told me he had. So
all the new Paladins.
All the new Paladins. New Paladin is very good. It's very fun.
Mine hasn't gotten above 28.
Well, then you don't really have new Paladin.
My Paladin's like level 9.
Hey Adam, how are you doing? We will be doing unsynced. Specifically, as we are just farming mounts.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we can get away with being less than a full party. That also leads to more silliness when we're freestyling some mechanics.
What are
Right.
mechanics?
What are mechanics? Kasadi has switched to Reaper. Okay, so Sip will be healing. Should we could try doing it with 2 tanks. So when we get the so the mechanic that is the one that is particularly important that can kill individuals is when there's the orange and black pulsing beam pointing towards someone that you can pass to someone else. I'm sure most of us remember this from last time.
Yep.
The first hit does like 10,000 damage. The second hit nearly kills a dragoon named Thessa,
Yes.
supposedly, based on a rewatch of last time. So you don't want to get hit more than once, preferably. But if you're a tank and you use a defensive cooldown, then the second and third hit will do like 50,000. And we get a pretty big health boost when we're in there. So 2 tanks should be able to do it with a few cooldowns.
Should.
So if we're 2 tanks, we can probably do this quite easily. And that means that when you get this pulsing beam, you just have to pass it to a tank, and then the tanks just have to be spread out. And then we take, 2 or 3 hits, or enough hits that you go, oh, I need to swap, and then we just have to be careful to swap on time. That's a lot easier than having the entire party circle the marker.
Ready. Just realized one of my hunt train groups are also doing a hunt right now. So it's like, why do I see a whole bunch of green text?
Natsu, are you ready? Alright. And no reason to be too scared of making mistakes. We're just here to have fun. Whoops, that is the wrong one, speaking of making mistakes.
I thought that is Titania. What was that? The normal version of Titania?
Speaking of making mistakes, I make the first one. Now we can play the game.
Do you have the marking? Yeah, you had the markings. About to say, do you have the
Yeah, I do.
markings, or should I
So-
freehand it again?
Well, I saved them, it appears. It appears that I saved them. So, I will give Mouse a marker and I give me a marker. So, when you get this pulsing beam thing, you have to pass it to one of us. And remember, the way that you pass it is that you run behind us so that the beam passes over our head. And the second thing is that these markers point out the 8 locations of the water puddles. Preferably, we would want 2 puddles that are not soaked next to each other so that it's very easy to cleave the ads. And we want 2 rather close to each other so that we can easily deal with the follow-up mechanic depending on how much damage it does. So
The
it
fists
sort of
of doom.
depends on how much range do we have to work with. We might also just completely ignore it. I believe the ads come to us.
Yeah,
Um,
the ads come.
And Kosadi, if you have any input on mechanics and stuff, you're very welcome to bring it up. I do watch over all the chat all the time. So you're not unheard because you're not in a voice chat. I would say that given that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 melee, it's probably better if we spread those 4 around the center. 4 markers, and then we just need to choose 2 markers for the ranged. So it's best if we have fixed markers so everyone knows where to go. Mars, do you mind if I'm main tanking? Other than that,
Please do.
Alright, in that case, I will take 1, so I will stand at 1 for the water. Mouse stands at 2, I suppose. Do Kasadi and Tessa, do you have any preference on 3 and 4?
Nah, I don't care. Either one's fine.
Do you have any preference, Kasadi? Kasadi
Alright.
says 4. Then there's a you're on 3.
Alrighty.
I would say if Sip stands at A and Natsu stands at B, then we're like mainly in the northern side of the arena so that the ads will spawn in the southern part. And all you have to do is when those puddles spawn and have the like counter with the circles around them, you just have to stand in the pool that you're designated, and then when it resolves, you come into the middle again so that the ads come to the middle so that we can cleave them down. Hello Yasan, how are you doing? And then we just cleave the ads down. There's going to be 2, and they should be relatively easy to deal with. And then we just continue on. Most of the mechanics are relatively intuitive. It's specifically the pulsing beam thing I talked about that is a little bit important that we get it right.
Right.
Let me see here. I do actually have a pull time. Anyone care about a particularly long one?
This is a very particularly long one.
Nah, it could have been longer.
Isn't the longest 30?
I think so. I can't remember how to
Ow.
deal with this.
Ah, I was still in it? What?
What was the tell again?
It's that little AoE in the center. She starts spreading.
I'm standing so that she comes back to position. Just be ready to follow her.
Ah.
Goes now. Get to your positions.
I know it's something to do with the wings, but I can't remember.
Make sure to take the stack marker into a puddle.
All the puddles. Thank you, NVIDIA, for letting me know I can enhance game recording.
Oh boy.
It killed my chat window and then was like, by the way, you can activate an NVIDIA GeForce game recording and chat in
Pulsing beam, it's on Moss, so Moss, be ready to take 3 of them. 1, you may need a cooldown. 2. 3.
Alright.
It's really slow.
Yeah.
That's way easier than what we did last time. Yeah, someone asks, do you main warrior?
that's
Yeah, I
correct,
main
it's cool.
tank, you could say. I'm playing warrior specifically because I had a feeling that it would be easier than playing paladin, also because we already have a paladin.
Ah.
But I really like to play tanks. So you could say I'm a tank main more so than a warrior or a paladin main necessarily.
Talking about warriors the best.
I mean, everyone knows Gunbreaker's
Hey, Moss, can you taunt one of them and move it away? Moss? Moss? Thank you. I just realized that they have the stack debuff,
Yeah, they have
or
the...
stack buff, you know.
I was wondering why the health wasn't going down.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wait a minute. They're really, really strong. Yasan says, what is your favorite tank? Right now, I really, like, I choose to play Paladin intentionally for most content where I can. But I do still very much like Warrior enough so that I would be equally likely to pick either one if I need to be something.
Ow.
What? That's what died?
Yeah, double stack. I tried moving back, not to move back at the same time
Zip?
as me.
You got it?
Yeah.
Great.
I was waiting for it to become accessible because they were untargetable.
Santa says, I default to Gunbreaker 90% of the time. Yeah, I do believe you mentioned that before, that you like to play, you play Gunbreaker so much that even if Gunbreaker is not exactly the easiest tank to play, it is the easiest for you simply because you have so much muscle memory with it.
It is the easiest tank.
That is a very, like, the tank that you love the most is going to eventually, with time, be the easiest to play. Similarly, the easiest... Oh, right, this again.
I'm dead.
Well, Titania is also dead in a moment. We just have to live this.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I know that. I was sort of ignoring the Phantom Rune because of it. Oh, that's found.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, that was quite easy. I was expecting it to take a lot longer than this.
I was expecting at least 2.
Yeah, well, nope.
Hey, look at that. I got the Dragoon arm. Imagine that.
Nah. Well, if you click need, of course you win it. That's okay. Yasan says, feels like tanks all have their niche. Paladin, great mitigation. Gunbreaker, great DPS. Warrior, basically a healer. And Dark Knight in the middle besides self-healing. Yeah, you could say that. I think these niches are a little bit exaggerated. But it is a good idea. I did notice recently that with the rework of Paladin does in fact have a very, very large amount of damage reduction, like with how strong Holy Sheltron is and how strong the rest of their toolkit is for defense. That does put them in that niche. And Kwasadi asks, well, Natsuko asks if people are familiar with Immaculate. I have not done it, so I'm not particularly familiar with it. I would have to wing it. Kwasadi says there's something I want from that one. What is the item that you want, Kwasadi? If you tell us what it is that you want, we might be able to just like dodge that one so you can have it.
Yeah.
Like, as far as since you mentioned that you don't need any of the mounts, that's the least we can do. Santa says, I kind of feel incoming tank busters on it, Gunbreaker, on fights. I've done a lot. Don't have that feel on other tanks. Like, I can tell specific mechanics is coming on a fight whenever I'm playing Gunbreaker based on rotation. Exactly. When I was doing a bunch of Savage content in ShadowBringers, my raid team almost got used to how mechanics happened based on when the Phoenix or the Bahamut would appear. Like specific boss queues would be accompanied by Bahamut spawning or Phoenix spawning. And in my case, you know, I experienced it in where I was in my rotation, but my party experienced it in how, like, where I was. And also...
Both of them DC'd at the same time.
What?
That is not a good symbol.
Natsu and Arya DC'd at the exact same time.
Well, considering they're on the exact same Wi-Fi, it makes sense.
Oh, it wasn't Natsu, it was Mouse. Yeah, that makes sense.
If you want to hang out where we are, Kasara, you can check the company, like the estate teleportation from the friends list, and then you can teleport to the Grand Company.
Grand Company? We're not that grand.
Yes, we are a grand company. The free company. Sorry.
No, we're a grand company now.
Yeah, we're a whole country.
And Kosari says it's the wristlet of slaying. So
Heard.
yeah, basically, there's if the wristlet of slaying drops, you just have to not click need on it.
Alrighty.
And Santo says having 30-second blasting zone gnashing fang helps a lot with timeline as well. Yeah, that's true. Generally, a job, not necessarily a tank or a healer or a DPS, a job with a very fixed rotation and a very predictable one that doesn't take too much of your like focus to follow means that you can like follow where you are in the rotation entirely, where you are in the boss fight based on where you are in your rotation. That is also why it is sort of interesting if you do an encounter enough times that you start to notice this. A really simple way to demonstrate this or practice this kind of weird sort of muscle memory is if you go to Stone Sky Sea, do the 3-minute encounters, and you do the same one repeatedly, or even do multiple different ones. You'll notice that because of the predictable nature of rotations, that you start to learn specific things that happen at specific timings because you get, no interruptions. Which is very helpful for practicing, but it's also very interesting because you start to notice, oh, at this specific timestamp, I can only do this, or this is optimal, and things like that. And that translates into a boss encounter too.
The platform, choose the furthest one. And...
Let's see. So I'm guessing. Let me see. Did right? Arya wrote me something. Power went out.
Oh yay!
That happened to me this morning.
What's with this power? We will reinvite Moss and Arya when they're back. So just to repeat, I have not done. I have done Innocence Extreme once.
That's more than me.
Exactly once. And I did it in relation to getting it when for I believe to unlock Mentor Roulette. But I did it once, and I would not say that I did the mechanics necessarily perfectly. So I will admit that I might not know the exact things we need to do about mechanics. Are there any mechanics in particular we should be worried about, Kosari, since it seems like you know it? I would assume you know it. Alternatively, I can also just see if I can find a text guide on it.
Pet. All the petting.
Oh boy. There are a
Your
lot
ears
of
have
mechanics.
disappeared.
Well, it's not that I'm saying you don't know it, Nat, so it's more that I was just thinking there's a better chance that you didn't remember it as well.
I like how you come up to my kneecap. Well, a little bit above it.
Perfect fighting distance, isn't it?
Let's see. We can also just try to wing it.
You can try and wing it.
Let me just see. Kosari says this is mostly reactionary stuff, though. Yeah, it's a good idea to not hit the stars with any AoEs. There's one mechanic that requires you to pop a star, but I'm unsure if we reach that point in the fight. Okay, so don't cleave the stars. Is what I'm hearing. If just in case. Okay. And besides that, it's mostly just try to dodge stuff.
All of the dodging, as most raids are.
Yeah. The one thing that I remember from doing it that one time is that I got hit by a lot of things, which is why I'm saying I did it once, but I don't really feel like I can count that because I didn't really do it that well. We might wipe once or twice or something to learn the mechanics, and I hope that is all right.
That's fine.
That is how it goes when we're sort of just freestyling.
I need to update my emotes tab.
You should go unlock the Valentine emote.
I have it. I already have the eat chocolate. I just love all the eating and drinking stuff with this hat, because generally
If only
you
we
can't.
could get the pizza one.
Yeah.
And the pizza one has a special animation too, doesn't it? Like you hold it differently.
Hey, but I managed to get this thing.
I have that too.
Yeah, I was trying to convince an American friend to do that for me, but they forgot.
I
I didn't have
offered.
to convince someone. Someone gave it to me just randomly.
Yeah,
Take
I
this
was.
key.
Yeah, it's sad.
I mean, I offered to help people, but no one took it up.
Caetsu says there is an ad phase that needs 2 mobs tanked, and the middle one to be dealt with ASAP. So, right. The question is whether the ads need to be spread out. If they do, then we will need 2 tanks.
Alright, NVIDIA, what's wrong with you? What are you doing?
It's NVIDIA, what do you expect?
It keeps giving me the, you have your overlay that you can do, and every time it does that, it destroys my chat window.
Hmm.
And then it goes away.
Right.
I have that one. Yes, I'm ready. Of course, Zip has the wheel.
Yeah, I've got to chauffeur my friend somehow.
I also have the whale. What?
I need to get the one inside of the gold saucer at some point. But it's 2 million, and I'm out.
Was it only? I thought it was 4 million, or did I remember it as more than I said? I remember
It might be 3 million.
I remember that you were very hopeful that it wasn't that costly when we heard about it.
Yeah.
And I pretty much said it's probably going to be
then I
absurdly
cried.
expensive. And then I checked it on patch day and was like, oh yeah, you want to guess how much it is?
Yeah, it's just a day of grinding.
I'm working on it slowly.
I'm working on it. I have taken so long to get 1.5 million MGP that I don't feel like buying anything worth 1 million.
Well, I have
'Cause
1.1.
it's so much of a setback.
Get 4 million by the mount. The mount's
I'm
worth it,
struggling
right?
to get out of 600,000.
Right, so I didn't really consider whether we needed 1 or 2 tanks. I think it's just better that we have 2 on the off chance that we need a second tank or something. Sadi mentioned 2 ads that need to be tanked. If they need to be spread out, we are in huge trouble if we don't have 2 tanks. Possibly.
I mean, every time there's always 2 ads, I tend to end up tanking one unconsciously.
So, just to summarize, if stars spawn, don't just go out and cleave them. Leave them alone, because Sadi probably knows if they need to be killed, but there's a genuine chance we will not see that mechanic. There's going to be 2 ads and another one in the middle. The middle one needs to be nuked really hard.
Alrighty.
So that has priority. Everything else is survive and kill the boss.
Don't die.
And then we'll figure out if there's a mechanic that is particularly brutal that we need to deal with.
The pull timer.
Yeah.
The pull timer. Well, 20 seconds is a pretty normal pull timer because it gives people enough time to like get ready. Anything they need on most jobs. That a Reva, isn't that a tank buster?
No,
Nope,
it's
that's a
AoE.
raid wide. Well, I had a 50% chance. And I failed.
Well, usually with a lot of these, they always start with a raid wide in the beginning.
That's true. That is true. Oh. there's spread markers pointing at people. That is pretty. That is a good position. I think that is a healthy choice. I have no idea how they chose their passing. That is a tank buster. Oh, it's a double one? Or not? Oh, it's one with a tank switch mechanic, so if he uses Righteous Bolt again, the second one is going to hurt a lot. We'll see if it hurts enough to warrant a tank switch. I think you're supposed to aim those things away and then run, so that the beams don't run you over.
Ow.
I'm
Uh-oh.
gonna do it as soon as it stops.
This is bad.
Thank you, Ara.
It's fine. Everything's fine. This way. No. Elusive jump to get out of every instance, including
the reason I say this is bad is because I have a physical vulnerability debuff, but Mars has it too.
Yeah.
Okay, home gang. I think I might die from this. Okay, it's magic. Never mind. It's magic.
It's magic, you know.
For some reason, he applies the lightning damage debuff and then doesn't do anything with it. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ow. Oh, that mechanic's gonna suck. Ow.
Great wife. Here, have Medica 2 on a stick.
Oh yeah, we have a resume.
Shake it off is like the perfect example of a slightly overloaded ability.
Hey, we did it.
I am the resonate.
Somehow we did it. No mount though.
That was significantly harder than Titania.
Really?
By 4 minutes.
We don't even see the ad phase. That is a good point, Vasani. But I appreciate that you warned us about it anyway.
The melt.
Immaculate Wing Blade. What is that used for? So just so everyone's on the same page, it is totally okay to need on things. You just, if you can click need, no one's gonna be mad if you do.
Pass.
Like, that's totally on the table. It's something to craft something with, so it's probably worth money. Yeah, but I feel like it's especially worth mentioning when we have, for example, Kosari here might be a little scared of clicking on something.
You're right,
I'm
Kai,
just saying,
it's worth it.
you can need or greed, whatever you like. That is totally fine.
Kai, you're correct. It is worth money by 8k.
Well, maybe the items that you make with it are worth more. Well, that was really good.
Alright, I'm not gonna deal with the chat window anymore. I'll just use YouTube's chat window. Hello. I'm getting annoyed by the my NVIDIA driver.
I'm all shaky. This went well. I feel like that went well.
Yeah, that went pretty well.
Was it?
Yeah,
I
didn't even
suppose it
know.
was the reason why Arya is so shaky is because she saved the day by resing our healer.
I thought we came to the agreement I didn't die.
What?
Healer? What healer? I thought he was just DPS.
Yeah,
You know, I
green
tell
DPS.
you what. I feel like this was way easier because there wasn't really much that we had to like do a lot of teamwork for in any capacity. We just went for it and somehow came out just fine.
We just did stuff. Mashed the buttons.
We did a lot of just do the thing and somehow came out just fine. So I would say this is easier than Titania somehow. Oh right, this is a red line.
Because we don't have the ads to deal with.
Yeah, that too.
The music's not bad.
This mechanic again. I think, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do about it, but I don't think you're supposed to be close to it because it gives a vuln debuff if you get hit. so you're definitely not supposed to get hit by it.
Well, I just ran and it worked out.
Yeah, it seems like if you're just running around a little bit aggressively, it might work out. The problem is that if you run too aggressively, you might point it at other people.
But that's the fun.
That's the fun part. Everyone dodge.
Oh, it
Oh,
seems
boy.
to mark whoever's closest to it.
I the thing.
Oh no,
The side.
Arya's dead. And I managed to miss that thing with the blades again, so I have the physical vulnerability again. We'll get it eventually.
Ah, he's doing the spinning.
Yeah, and there's going to be spread markers in it.
The Beyblade maneuver.
Arya's gonna need some healing.
Ow. He's Beyblade.
This is really, really weird. Why is it he does this and then doesn't do another tank buster for 50 seconds?
Might be because we're burning him too fast.
Oh yeah, he might be skipping the tank busters. That could be. Oh, stack.
Oh, I got hit by that.
Yeah, I did too.
Luckily, it's a magical attack.
Yeah, the thing is that those blades flying in and out, the scary part about it is the physical vulnerability debuff. And given that, like, nearly all of the damage it does to you guys is magical, that doesn't really matter. On the other hand, when I get hit by it, his punches start hurting. Oh,
Oh, hey,
drop.
mount. Need.
I wonder who wins wins the first one.
It's gonna be T,
oh.
though.
That's the Immaculate Bracelets of Slaying.
Yeah,
That was the one
I
Kasadi
passed.
wanted, right?
Yeah, I
So
passed.
everyone pass specifically on the Immaculate Bracelets of Slaying. Just pass on them.
Alright, oops.
Oh, that's fine. I think Kasadi needed on them. Who won the mount?
Not me.
Not me.
Who won
If you
the
do
mount?
them maths, you can find out.
Mods won the mount. I'm just, taking notes on who's missing the mount still. So I need to keep track. Well, that was one mount. That's pretty nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have
One mount and
expected
two
to take at least
goes.
2 hours.
Hmm?
So 1 mount and 2 goes. That's pretty good.
You just have to say if you need a moment. Otherwise, I'm just going to be queuing us and pull timer immediately as we go in so that we don't take too long in between runs.
Wow, that is so delayed. When it was doing the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown, my game said battle timer in 10 seconds.
Huh. Oh, because of all the announcements?
Yeah, and then at the end, when after it already hit 0, it said battle counter at 5 seconds.
Yeah, but what matters is that you see the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you pay
Yeah.
attention to the chat, you see that I post the pull timer on time. Right, the blades. So you don't want to point them at the raid, you want to also be moving so that you can dodge it by random chance. Oh, wow.
Wow. That's a lot.
Are you alright, Kasadi?
Very painful.
2 hits and almost died.
Nailed it. 4 bone
Well, actually,
stacks, still lived.
If you look carefully, it's 4 hits because it's 4-1 stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's ridiculous. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ow. Ow.
I managed to not get the physical vulnerability debuff this time. Aren't I great?
Well, I got it.
Spin.
It's a very nice song, by the way.
I wouldn't know. I don't have the music.
What? What? Why?
I've already heard the song before.
You already what?
If I've heard the song before, I don't play it.
But it's good music.
But my Spotify playlist is also good music.
Back. I know that it is probably survivable alone, but spreading the damage makes it so trivial to deal with.
Yeah. You don't. It doesn't do that.
We're not
much.
really losing anything by stacking, is what I'm thinking.
I already have that. Come on.
Yeah, if you've seen those like mechanics where there's like circle AVs chasing you down, those like spread those orange markers at the very start that point at two players, it's like that, except it goes faster, but it also seems to overshoot you, so it's almost like it's trying to.
Alright, overshoots and then explodes into three directions.
So it like just passes through you. So you just have to like sidestep it somehow. Because Hardy says, I'll never unhear the tank, but that's feel my breath.
Tasty.
Feel my breath. Yum. Indeed. That's like when we had done Susano a bunch of times, and I said, rise to the occasion, and then imagine Susano with like a chef's hat and like a bread dipped in bacon.
That'd be very tasteful.
Rise to the occasion. If I remember correctly, Arya made a funny meme with it and sent me after the fact, which was very nice. Here comes the line AoE thingies, the chasers.
Arya and Sif are going in the same direction.
Oh boy. Feel my breath. Yeah, I can hear it. And it just dumps his broth on you, which happens to be a lightning bolt. I prefer food delivered not with a lightning bolt in it. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, we don't want to be in that quadrant to the north.
Ow.
Because of that.
It's fine.
So, the way that mechanic works is when he sends out the blue lines, he sends them out, and then you can see the blades staying out. They're going to come back the other way, so you want to get completely out of that section. They're also going to shoot through the boss, so you really don't want to be in that entire, like, 2/4 of the arena when he does that. Here comes the broth. And yeah, here you can see this star-shaped situation. The blades are going to be coming back around the other way.
Oh hey, I got it.
Oh boy.
It's fine.
Plotting got it.
Yeah. So the blue line thing is mostly if you get hit by too many of them, I think he can kill you. But overall, it's probably not that scary. And then there's also this satisfaction of a boss mechanic dealt with properly. And that's the reason why I'm not particularly. I don't find a huge issue with doing boss fights unsynced and then being a little easy, and you can ignore boss mechanics. Because I would still do the mechanic for the most part. As I said, there's something satisfying about getting it right. Aria says for a moment.
I just find it funny when it starts skipping for them. You'd expect something and then they completely skip it, so it makes the fight interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very funny when, especially when there are mechanics that you skip that somehow make it harder. I can't remember anyone specific, but it's also very funny when there's a mechanic that is dealt with fast enough that it makes it a lot easier. Like I remember that when I was doing Hades EX a long time ago, back in ShadowBringers, but when it was very, very much doable, even in like an undersized party almost. It was genuinely a thing that you might, like in the first phase, you could typically get away with just the one tank because they could invuln the first tank, double tank buster, and the second one was not going to happen. So just like for that mechanic you only need one tank, but because of a mechanic that came after, you would need two.
Path of his ascension. Yes, we're sending him into the ground.
My ascension! I'm ascending downwards into the floor. I see now. This is the path of my ascension, and it's just like a piece of paper with an arrow pointing down.
Ah, me. Ow. It's fine.
I see the curve comes a little bit from where you move towards. Natsuko seems to have figured out a pretty reliable strategy for it. Like point it away, stand a little bit away from the spawn location, and then when it starts chasing, sprint and run out of it. I think Aria's having a little bit of trouble. That's okay.
Oop. To the sides. Ah.
Yasan says, what's your GCD? Do meld skill speed at all as tank? My skill speed is 250. I have specifically optimized my GCD for Paladin, where 250 is extremely optimized. Warrior can benefit in certain circumstances by taking a faster skill speed, but there are,
one-handed time.
There are advantages and disadvantages to skill speed on Warrior, but 250 appears to be extremely reliable. So I've come to really appreciate 250 for Warrior. If you want a bit of an easier time with the late weaving on Bloodwedding, which can be beneficial, more skill speed helps a lot. So that would be the time where I would highly advise that you go for some skill speed.
You're good. Ah, I hit the wrong button.
You hit the wrong button?
Yeah, I messed up my rotation.
For Gunbreaker, the current best in slot gear set is 250, but it just so happens, and I believe Santo, if he's still in the chat, would be able to speak more on this, that while 250 skill speed, another mount drop, 250 skill speed is totally doable for Gunbreaker, there are a lot of intricacies with the rotation when you're 250 because you're not going to be able to consistently have 3 cartridges for every 1 minute burst. And Dark Knight, specifically Dark Knight, technically does not really care about what skill speed you have. You just, need to optimize your rotation about what you get. Oh, I got them out this time.
Nice.
So what I would say, Yastan, regarding skill speed is Paladin, new Paladin does not really want skill speed. It doesn't help them very much. Especially, and this is a key reason, because over a third of their GCDs are going to be spells, which means that over a third of your rotation does not even benefit from skill speed in the first place. Warrior can use skill speed, but the main benefit of using skill speed as warrior is that it makes late weaving bloodwetting a bit easier. I talk a bit about late weaving and bloodwetting in my high level warrior guide. So that is the longer version there. But that is the main benefit. For Gunbreaker, more skill speed makes the rotation a bit more consistent, but you don't need it. And for Dark Knight, skill speed is like, do whatever you like. They don't need more, but having more gives more MP. Having less doesn't hurt. And hey, Nick Van Damme, welcome to the stream. What is your question about melee? Let me just do a ready check now. I slowed us down by suddenly distracting myself with a bunch of other things.
It's all good.
Yeah, don't you worry. I'm not going to be like, oh, I got them out. Oh boy, what? Look at the time.
Oh, hey, look at them out. Oh, by the way, my friend's calling me. I gotta... Gotta love those kill for friend or farm for friend duties.
Oh, something just popped up. I had completely forgotten. Sorry.
Hey, thanks for the mount. Good luck in your runs. Oh, by the way, I gotta go work on my, my raid team stuff.
That's a good one, Natsuko. She says, who's the friend? Me.
Yeah.
Farm for friend. Who's the friend? Oh, I am. I'm my own friend.
I love those.
What was your question about melee, Nick Van Damme? I'll try my best to help you.
What?
Yeah, Yazan, if you're playing Savage content, like you're doing the hardest content in the game, there is a lot more reason to care about specifically how much skill speed and things like that you have to perfectly optimize.
We cleaved Ari.
Oh,
That's fine.
But if you're doing like not Savage content, you're doing like quote-unquote casual content or normal content, then you don't have to worry about having a lot of skill speed. There is some satisfaction in having a good gear set, so I'm not saying you can't worry about it. I'm just saying that if your skill speed is a little off, don't worry. Ow. I just realized that the Innocence just really hits his auto attack swings are really strong. It's not the physical vulnerability making it. He just punches really hard. No, wait a minute. It's dumber than that. His auto attacks are magic damage.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's weird.
So the blades apply a physical vulnerability debuff, but his auto attacks are magic. So I'm not sure why he wants to apply a physical vulnerability debuff.
We might be burning him too hard for him to actually do anything physical.
I have no idea.
Ow.
Yeah, so if anyone's thinking, what on earth is happening with Arya? She's just a little bit occupied with something else, and that happens.
Yes.
But it's okay. The fight isn't harder.
She's playing
her
like a
being-
pirate.
She's trying her best.
It's in character for her because she's a pirate. She only's got one arm.
Let's see, Nick Van Dam says, so I have been a caster for 2 years, but want to branch off into melee. I know Reaper is quite easy, but everyone plays them. Is there a beginner-friendly melee to proc savages and all? I would say, and now you're saying you don't want Reaper because everyone's playing it, so I would say Reaper, but if you specifically don't want Reaper, then it becomes complicated because there are 4 other options, and they're all hard in each their own way.
Talk about
So-
Dragoon's easy. You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, I would say, if you can learn the ninjutsus and the burst correctly for ninja, then ninja has a rotation that is like, it's very fast paced during its burst. Then it's very relaxed after its burst. Like in between bursts, there's not much happening. So once you've learned the burst, it's very easy, I would say, and that's my opinion. If you don't feel super keen on the ninjutsu stuff, then I would say that Dragoon might be okay. The problem with Dragoon is that you can very easily completely mess up your rotation by making a mistake.
Yep, one button.
Samurai might be a good starting point, but the difference between freestyling Samurai and actually playing Samurai correctly has a huge damage difference, because putting all of your burst accurately in the burst window from raid buffs is going to have a huge impact on your burst. And to get it right, you need to like line up your rotation correctly. There's this whole looping rotation. I have a short that like showcases this very briefly, but I also have a samurai guide that explains it in detail. And I would not recommend Monk. Monk is, in my opinion, the hardest job to play in the game.
Not with the Dragon Kick rotation.
And as Korsadi says, Dragoon's burst window is also incredibly busy. So yeah, it is. I would say that Reaper is extremely easy to play.
That chocobo is way too big for you.
And then you have Ninja, Samurai, and Dragoon somewhere in the middle, where whichever one is easier or harder depends on how you play the game. And then there's Monk that is really hard. So if you don't want to play Reaper, I would say check out how to play the between Ninja, Samurai, and Dragoon. See what works for you, and try one of them. I would say you should only take Monk if you really want to play Monk, not if you just want to play a melee job.
Your wedding chocobo
Yes, that's the thing. So many different sources say different things about skill speed. I want to do Savage, so I'm after a good set. So you want to check. Usually the balance is a good place to start regarding builds and stat priorities, and you just follow the general stat priority to get where you need. A lot of jobs don't actually have a specific amount of skill speed they want. They just have whether they do or don't like skill speed, and most jobs tend to lean towards don't care more so than do care. So yeah, and Greveray says, what are you going to do with the stuff you own by clicking greed? I desynth them. There's a chance that they turn into these immaculate wing blades, which you can use to make items unique to innocence. That none of us need these items.
No.
And official Jolie says, innocence is very easy. Why use 2 tanks and not replace one with the DPS? Because I have really strong tank gear, and I'm a very confident tank that has no issue with making mistakes and are very quick on the draw very quick on the draw if I make a mistake, and there's no chance that I'll suddenly get distracted by something else. While Moss, he has other jobs available, but he's a little bit rusty on all of them as far as I know. And there might come something in the way. So specifically, as you say, official Jolie, Innocence is very easy. Why not replace one of the tanks with a DPS? Innocence is very easy. We don't need an extra DPS, so it's fine that Mars is playing tank. That's mainly the reason, is more so that our party is partly limited by what jobs players can play, / wants to play. What? Yeah. If we were short on DPS for some reason, then we would figure it out when that happens. But as you can see right now, we're skipping ad phases and all sorts of shenanigans with one of our DPS having problems, causing them to not do much quite regularly throughout the fight. So we have somehow like almost like an extra DPS. We have more DPS players than we need. So it's more a matter of it's fine. That's why we're not changing it.
Natsu almost killed me, but then she died.
Oh.
Oop.
But you're right, Jolie. We could absolutely have had an extra DPS. You're absolutely correct. It's just that it's easier to not start to mix things up anymore. It's just easier to leave it as it is. It's also not a bad idea if I die for some reason, that Moss can take over.
Yep, it's always good.
Not that there's a particularly high chance that will happen.
No, don't you know there's that 1 in a million chance of a tank buster that does 1,000% of your health?
Could you imagine? Imagine. Oh man. Consider that before, I believe it was before Stormblood, bosses could crit with their auto attacks.
Talk about all the damage.
Yeah. It was extra fun because, for instance, Shiva, I believe Shiva Extreme with her bow, the bow only does critical damage. So all of her auto attacks just crit endlessly. Oh, not
hey, look, mount.
Yeah, oh, nice. I'm sure the reason why we're getting all these mount drops is because Caetsu is here. Or Caetsu was here.
I didn't get it.
I didn't even see you leave, Caetsu. Or did you just leave the instance? Oh, I thought for a second I was going insane. I was like, wasn't Caetsu in the raid?
They were.
I could have sworn.
They were just one of the first ones to leave.
We have Caetsu is in my head.
Who got them out?
Me.
Ah. Me. It's so small.
Excuse you?
That's so tiny.
It's very big, I'll have you know.
I hope you got the answer that you were seeking, Nick Van Damme. I know it was a very vague one, because I'm like, try one of these three. That's the best I can do.
It's just one of them. So it's just me now, and Arya, yeah?
Yep.
Speaking of which, you still haven't got rocket for those, have you?
Who?
No, I haven't. I'm still need to get the other half.
Yeah, you need to do 50 runs of it.
I've only done 25. I haven't started it up again. I need to finish it.
It's the best experience.
That's great, Nick Van Damme. I hope you find a job that works for you as melee. embrace this trial. I thought we were the ones doing the trial.
Well, he is fighting us unsynced, so technically we are the trial. Look at me, I am the trial now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all of the bosses, as we engage them, the bosses here, the Maker's Ruin. You know, the theme of the Warrior of Light. Well, it's sort of become the theme of the Warrior of Light. I don't believe it's official.
Animation lock.
I think Arya might be in trouble. Or maybe not.
Ow.
This man punches.
Well, technically, his physical attacks are lightning.
Oh, that explains a lot.
You're welcome.
Now I understand. That's very backwards. So his debuff makes his auto attacks hit really hard, or his tank buster makes his auto attacks hit really hard. Now I get it.
That
Nice
makes sense.
observation.
I pushed the thing again. Doesn't matter. Fatality.
Oh, another mount.
I actually don't have the faded copy. Okay.
Yes, someone asked before why, what do we use the items that we're greeting / needing on? What do we use them for? If you desynthesize them, or you do the desynthesis on them, you get a few materials, but specifically the Immaculate Wingblade is a unique drop from Innocence. According to Sid, it's not very valuable. But still, who won the mount?
I did. So now it's just Arya. I don't want to meld that. I want to desynth it. Oh.
Huh?
Someone said no.
Mouse left?
Mouse left.
Is Arya staying?
I gotta drop bets. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Now there is only one tank.
Yeah. It's not so much that the drops from the boss are particularly valuable. It's just that they are not worthless. So we greed / need on them, and then do what we can do with them. In fact, if we get these mithril nuggets, or especially the prismatic ingots, it's almost like it would have been better. It would have been better if you had just sold the item as is.
Honestly.
Yeah. But that's the gamble.
I love gambling.
It's sorry for bringing it up again, but currently for skill speed you have 2.40 for Paladin. I have 2.50. I literally have 0 skill speed, not a single point of skill speed on Paladin. And the reason for not wanting any skill speed on Paladin is that over a third of your abilities, or a third of your actions, are spells, which means that they don't benefit from skill speed at all. And because of how the paladin rotation works, you don't really get very much value out of skill speed in the first place. You don't really care that much. So it's just better to not have it. It makes the rotation more consistent to not have it.
Good in that.
Ow. Yeah, that's okay, Ethan. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. I always invite people to ask questions, especially if there's something they want to understand. The best person you could ask, if you need some advice for the game, is someone that you know has a decent chance of being able to give you good advice. It's better than just like it might often be better than looking up a guide, because it makes it easy to answer a more nuanced question like, what do I do with this specific case? 2.40 skill speed used to be something that you might want as a paladin, but as they have added more and more and more damage to the magic burst, skill speed has become less and less desirable. And with the rework of Paladin, they made it even less desirable. And part of the reason why it's sort of important that to talk about this is because it's much easier to understand why, like how much skill speed, or why you wouldn't want skill speed, for example, if you understand why that is, rather than just being told, do this. It's easier to understand for yourself if you know the why. Which is why I'm explaining the thing with spells. That is also part of the reason why there is an argument for why you wouldn't actually care that much about skill speed as a Dark Knight, because they also use some spells. But they mostly only use spells on their AoE rotation. So it's not that significant. Well, I can certainly feel that Mars isn't here.
Yeah.
So speaking of that ad phase, we didn't know it.
Yeah. Here it is. And I'm going to need someone to pick that ad. Just hit it, and pull it away as soon as you can. Just everyone nuke the one that is marked.
It's
Ignore
right.
the other
There
one.
we go.
I know. That's why I need someone to tank it for me.
There we go.
Now we kill this one.
All the things. Aw, you see how close he is to dying?
Yeah.
It's rigged.
Oh, that was so close. We just have to slap him the second he comes back.
Yeah, almost.
%. Milk.
Well,
Who's milk?
this would have gone a lot worse if we hadn't been warned about this from Caetsu.
Hmm.
So the reason why I was rushing a bit about it is because I was specifically, only hitting the one ad, which meant the other one was, free to attack anything, which is why it was important that you guys actively made a point of hitting it, because if I smacked it once, it might be difficult to pull it off of me.
Oh, I had full amenity on it. It just didn't want to attack me because it was doing ranged attack.
It didn't want to move.
No, it was casting something.
Yeah, I saw the amenity on me and I was like, why isn't it coming after me? And then I saw.
Caetsu says, from now on, I think I will tank the other one. Awesome.
Pretty
Let's see. Moss said that he had something to do, and then he... Oh, he is back. Excellent. Then we will just avoid the ad. Yeah, as I said, Yasan, it's totally fine to ask questions. It is also okay to ask the same question again. Sometimes when people ask something that I've answered before on stream, I sometimes mention that I have answered it before, but that is not to say that there is a problem with that. You have no chance of knowing whether I answered it before. That's why you're asking. I just mentioned that we've talked about it before in case someone is like, we've talked about this like 100 times. Why are we talking about it again? I'm just saying, I know. However, this person is still asking.
Do it.
It's
Do the
always
thing.
fine. The thing?
Do the thing. You know the meme with
thing.
the person who posts it with a stick? Do it. Do the thing.
Do the thing. So it is always okay to ask. The worst that can happen is that I can't help or I don't know the answer.
Wait, no, you're Kai. You should know it. What is this?
What is this? Someone asks me exactly. So what GCD happens when you're playing Monk 5 minutes and 37 seconds into your rotation and you're specifically doing the early double solar opener? And you're using the optimal drift rotation. I'm sitting there like, what?
Just all the maths.
Yeah. I would probably be able to figure it out, but
It would take
I
time.
genuinely have no idea. I have I am very, very open about the fact that Monk is the job that I find the most difficult to play in the game, and I could never imagine me maining it.
And I never played it.
You never played it?
Nope.
Oh boy.
Yeah, imagine having Monk at level 1.
Oh.
I mean, I floor tank enough as a Dragoon sometimes. And Monk to the...
Specifically with jobs like, for example, Monk, that is where when I'm making a guide on the job, I spend a huge amount of time making sure that I have all the correct information.
I didn't run away fast enough.
But let's just say that there's probably a much longer blooper reel of me messing up.
I should have at least jumped out of that. I ended up cleaving you.
And what I mean to say by that is whether you are good or bad at a job, if you understand how the job works, like in general, you can still explain it to someone. It's like you don't actually have to be good at playing football to be able to be a good coach.
Which one, European or American?
The good one.
Yes. You don't have to be actually physically good at any sport to be able to be a coach for the sport. However, it helps if you're really good at understanding. Oh, there's another mount drop.
Hey, look, there's Mount Pass. Did I get the music sheet? No, I didn't.
Yeah, you don't have to be good at doing a sport as long as you understand the things that make someone good at it. You need to be good at coaching someone to be a good coach. That's a separate skill entirely. Aria got them out, right?
Yep. I think.
Oh. Well, then we're done with Innocence. Should we go on to Hades?
We can.
And Caetsu says, Ninja's actually a candidate for a main job if I ever want to walk away from Dragoon. Oh, you're a Dragoon main? Because you went with Reaper, as we started, I assumed you were going to be you were a Reaper main, but I didn't actually examine your gear. Yeah, I think, like, if I was put on the spot and said, you're in a Savage Raid team now, you're a melee, there's another melee, and that's a Reaper,
gear.
I would probably also choose Ninja. As I recall... Okay. Well, while you're away, I'll just talk about the mechanics I remember from Hades. So I know that there's a lot of mechanics in Phase 1 that we can probably skip quite handily. But I know that the Tank Buster hits like a freight train. I don't know if we can survive it. I know that back in ShadowBringers, you would just invuln the second hit because it hits twice. And there's an intermission where we will need 2 tanks because there are ads that need to be separated in a specific way. Now, I can't remember exactly how that goes, but I believe they have a buff and they need to be in near a specific location or something like that. Or that needs to be a specific tank that tanks a specific one. if we make it to phase 2, it should be mostly intuitive what we need to do when. Yasan says, what's your thoughts on Samurai? Hard or easy?
I'm back.
Playing, so the skill floor of Samurai, like if you're just playing it casually, is very easy. Because as the Samurai itself has no like damage boosting cooldowns, you just, click the damage button when it lights up, right? But the moment that you introduce like a hard encounter where you need to maximize your damage, then the ceiling is, as Santo says, it's really high because you want to make it so that you have everything prepared when the raid cooldowns come out. And that requires you to play in an extremely specific way, as I really quickly go over in the Samurai short I put out recently. It's you're doing a looping rotation, optimally you're doing a looping rotation that makes it so that everything magically lines up. And doing that and keeping an overview of where you are in that, especially with some downtime every now and then from boss mechanics, makes it really difficult. But if you're just playing the job casually, then it's very approachable. Then Samurai isn't that bad. Santos says, I've watched some speedrunners and high-end passers play Samurai sometimes, and it's way too much. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it doesn't sound that bad to do the looping rotation with Samurai, but the moment that you introduce boss mechanics, it's almost like playing Black Mage.
Yo, Mouse, why'd you move? Honestly.
See,
I just lined it up.
If you had ice, you had to tank Ida. If you have fire, you need to tank Iggy, if I recall correctly. Okay. That sounds right. Let me just check it real quick, because if I remember correctly, it's the kind of mechanic where you just immediately die if you get it wrong.
Wait, Mouse, are you taller than me or no?
Let's see, the intermission is Nabrialis. If it successfully casts, then we take damage. It's just a DPS check from what I understand, and there's stuff happening. We need to soak comets while this is happening, and if I remember correctly, you use tanks to soak the comets.
That laughs.
And there is enough comets that we need 2 tanks for that, assuming that we need tanks for that. And when we deal with that, and I'm guessing that we're only going to see the comet, there are more mechanics that are supposed to happen, but I'm pretty sure we can DPS raise through that. Then we get Igiorm and La Habrea, and they will pepper the raid, that's the words of the guide, with Fire and Blizzard Sphere, giving every member either a Fire Brand, increased damage from fire mechanics, or Freezing Brand, increased damage from ice mechanics.
Oh yeah, it's the WoW
Each
mechanic.
shade should be kept apart while being destroyed, and players with Fire Brand should only attack or tank Igiorm, which is ice aspected, while those with Freezing Brand should only attack or tank Habrea, fire aspected. And it's each tank will frequently utilize a mini tank buster, which is not overly dangerous by itself, but if a fire branded tank takes on La Habrea, who is fire based, the result will be nasty. Furthermore, the raid should make an effort to kill both ads as close to simultaneously as possible. That's a bit awkward. Let's see the chat again. Jasan says, do you use skill speed as Gunbreaker? I take it you are a Gunbreaker main. Sansa says, to a degree. Gunbreaker is nice on high speeds, but gear this tier at top level isn't really good for high skill speed builds, so I run 245. I'll try to run 240 whenever it's possible. Yeah, you need... So, the cutoff with Gunbreaker is whether you can or cannot fit 9 GCDs in No Mercy. And you need, I believe if you have a perfect connection, like you have nearly no lag, which is not common, you can do 9 GCDs by doing a perfect late weave on No Mercy. You can fit 9 with a 247. But 245 is doable with your average internet connection. You need closer to 240 if you have a bad connection, or less than really great connection to get the 9 GCDs. And as Santa says, 2.5 is supposedly good, but I don't like how it feels. The key thing with 2.50 is that you will sometimes, over the course of a fight, just due to how your rotation pans out naturally, you will sometimes not have 3 cartridges for your No Mercy window.
Oh, that's
on 2.50. That doesn't happen on 2.40. So yeah, if you're going for best in slot pieces for Gunbreaker, you will probably end up with 2.50. If you're going for what you like, and that is perfectly fine for like 99.9% of the content in the game, then 2.40 is probably better. The key thing is that Gunbreaker functions at any skill speed and isn't that hampered by one or the other, and isn't particularly preferring one or the other for a particular rotation. You just need to figure out what you yourself want. So, should we try Hades? Let me see, who needs Hades mount? Everyone but Quasari, I guess. So let me just reiterate. In the intermission, there's going to be comets spawning. And Moss and I are presumably supposed to be taking these, while everyone else just is beating on Nabrialis. And after that, there's going to be another intermission where we're fighting Igiorm and La Habrea. What was it? Igiorm is ice-based and La Habrea is fire-based, and you want to like do opposites. So meaning that if you have the fire debuff, you want to be fighting Igiorm, and if you have the ice debuff, you want to be fighting La Habrea. I believe they have a buff indicating what they are, so you don't even need to memorize the names. But I believe the debuffs you get are random in some capacity. And you also need to be tanking opposites, so that means Moss and I, we might not necessarily be getting the same debuff every time. So we have to be ready to taunt the ad that we need to be fighting, and we don't want them close to each other, so we want to like spread them out and then fight them. And you can't cleave them. You have to fight the one that you're assigned based on your debuff. And according to the guide, we should try to kill them about equally fast. But I don't know what happens if we don't, so... Guide says kill them at the same time. Doesn't elaborate.
Don't you love that?
Yeah, it's the best.
Mm-hmm.
And Kasadi says DPS have to deal with cones in Nabrialis phase, which need to not hit the tanks because it gives magic vulner. Oh, okay. Well, it does sound like there are some things that we may be surprised by after all.
Not have that? No, I have that.
Oh, that hurts, Sancho. As far as Gunbreaker goes, I think it feels the best at level 80.
I like the bunny.
You double down, and third cartridge kind of makes the job feel more awkward. Yeah, it's funny how they give you an extra cartridge slot, which sounds awesome, and then they give you an action that spends 2.
Yes.
Like, why? Why did you give me this? I think Wind Up Heian is awarded by the main quest.
Is it? I got it from the...
Yeah, the boxes don't discriminate. One of the first minions I got from those boxes is the Wind Up Airship that you get at level 15 from the MSQ.
Yeah, it's my favorite one. Speaking of which, how many Grand Company? Oh, I've got 16.
Yeah, that's the thing, Vasadi, is that that's why I'm trying to hide. Like, I was just like taking a glance over the mechanics I remembered were particularly brutal, and then just say, well, most of the follow-up mechanics are probably somewhat intuitive. Like, if someone gets imprisoned and we have to kill a thing, I guess most people will intuitively go, oh, we have to kill the ad. That's why I said, when you were talking about the stars to pop on Innocence, I said, don't kill the stars. Because if I didn't say that, I could imagine that most people here would naturally think, ads first. I hope so, at least, because that's stuff that I try to teach. Is Arya here? Oh, she's be right back. All right. Because it's a pretty good starting point to just assume if there is an ad, kill it.
No, what are you talking about? The ads just want to be friends, so they're just trying to give you a hug while you beat up their leader. Just punch him, Mike. Alright, Arya's back.
I'm doing another ready check. I just want to say that I'm very happy that we are 7, because we were expecting to be 4.
Yeah.
It's very nice. So, there are a few mechanics in Hades Phase 1. But most of them, as far as I remember, that we're going to see are the normal mode mechanics. They're just scarier. Like, they hit harder and they happen faster. The key mechanic I know is particularly scary is his Tank Buster, because it hits twice, and the first one gives a debuff that makes the second one. I can't remember if it just flat out does like 99999 damage or something like that, but it hits like a truck. So I'm going to be ready with an invulnerability for it.
Aww.
I got in here and I was like, wait, am I not going to get a cutscene?
The thing is, you're supposed to tank switch it, but people discovered that it's just way easier to just use an invulnerability.
All the invulns.
Because it happens rarely enough that, like, with 2 tanks, you have enough invulns to deal with it.
You should have played Gunbreaker in that case.
Why?
The best invuln.
The best invuln is not dying. I believe Warrior was very, very appreciated for this because of the 4-minute invuln. Scurry and scatter.
All the scattering. Ow.
Oh yeah.
I think we were supposed to spread.
The cones. Yeah.
It's fine. I'm in my natural place.
Watch the spikes. I think he does it twice. Yeah, so he does it in either direction. $252,000 damage. Oh wow.
Wow. Oh yeah, the thing.
Yeah, the thing.
Ow.
I
I
died.
still had a magic vulnerability up. And it was a bit slow. He hit my toe. He hit my toesies. So, Nabrialis has the comets, so Mods and I will stand on either side of the arena to like grab different comets, and we will just be like throwing ranged attacks. And the lines you want to point away from me and Moss. So you can see the circles, you can predict where we're going to be going. And now it's going to be very, very interesting.
Ow.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is so wide, but you can try and push as fast as you can.
It's fine.
Apparently he managed to queue up multiple mechanics, but he's supposed to leave at 50%.
It's fine. We have a res mage.
Yeah, so now you can see them getting... I don't think we're going to survive this very well.
It's a res mage, what are you on about?
Yeah, res mage got everything. And you're a warrior, you can heal yourself. You don't need a healer.
Moss. Yeah, so You can look. You saw the bosses. They have fire circles or ice circles. The reason why Mouse just flat out died was because you were tanking La Habrea, and you had the fire debuff.
I got squashed by the stacker marker.
Yeah. So as you could see, it was and yeah, it's okay. We were wiping. There was only a small slimmer of a slim chance that we were actually going to survive that. But now we've seen some of the fight.
Yeah, we need to spread out.
Right at the start, do we need clock positions? Would that help? Would that help?
Might.
I'll try to make some clock positions. Are there 8 of these thingies?
I was about to say, wasn't it just the DPS
Excuse
that
me.
gets targeted?
I was targeted too, but you didn't see it because mine was pointing completely different direction.
We're gonna hurry his way.
So,
Ah.
simply say a number.
I'll
That also works. Who did that one? Hello?
I don't know, not me. Ah.
Oh, Kasadi put down markers.
Yep.
Aren't we missing 2?
Yeah, the rest wing it.
Santa says, I like how in P8S they made the tank buster not only put a damage taken increased debuff on you, but also dot, meaning even if you're invuln, the dots one-shot you. Well, there's actually a lot of mechanics these days that put dots on you to prevent you from just invulning it.
Yeah, just like how in PvP, if you use a dot, it still goes through the shield.
Yeah, exactly. We can try this. The main thing is that you don't want to stack on top of each other. It's better to just spread out. We might be able to wing it.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably be good to be a little bit extra careful to not stand near Arya because she might be particularly slow to move if you don't. So,
Ready.
but yeah, I think, Sansa, I think that actually the reason why we're seeing so. Okay, thank you for the surprise pull timer.
You're welcome.
There's a specific reason why we use like 20 seconds or at least more than 10, because some jobs need a few seconds to prepare.
Yeah,
And just because you don't care, Zip,
Yeah.
doesn't matter if other people do. Okay, so remember, it's the spiky side and then the not spiky side. So swap sides. Awesome.
Honestly, I didn't think that was the actual command for.
Arcane Otterbox. Oh,
This is
where's
that
the safe spot? It's in the north side.
That sucks if you're at melee.
Yeah.
I think Arya's going to die. No, she just lived it. Excellent.
Well, if you only take in one,
Okay.
it's fine.
I will go to the south side. Miles, if you go to the north side. Oh, you're already there. So we just expect the comets.
Yeah.
It's okay, Kosabi. If you have markers that you know works, then we use those. I genuinely don't care. I was just trying to figure it out. If you have markers and you know that they work, then we use those. Nuke. Watch the tethers. You don't want to point them at where the tanks are going. This is really bad.
Ow. I died, yeah.
Yeah. So I was slow on the second comet because I was waiting for Arya to move.
Walks off edge.
It's okay. That was really unfortunate timing that Arya got the tether. Right. Let's try again.
Yep.
Because ID says P5S as a tank buster, you simply cannot inborn. I think it's a good decision. Arya hopped out. So, well, now we're 6. For good or bad. That means that we just have to focus on dealing with the mechanic. Arya, just let us know when you're ready again. Watch the cones. Spiky side first?
You mean the non-spiked side first?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about which side hits, sorry. But yeah. You're right.
Nope.
It's the mix-up. It makes you think.
No, you're just trying to be a bit more vinted.
Watch the sage spot. Oh yeah, that's true. Isn't it like the P5S tank buster? Isn't it just a huge dot? Does it actually give you a vuln debuff, or do you just invuln the physical damage and then you just take a metric ton of damage from the dots? I suppose that would be possible. Right, remember, if you get the tethers, you have to point them away from where you can see the comets are landing, because they actually give the magic vulnerability and the comets also do magic damage. So if you point them at the tanks, then the tanks are going to die. What happened?
The comet spill had magic redone.
Yeah.
Wait. How did you take damage from the comets? Did we miss one?
I have no clue. I saw you were getting them.
Well, it takes a little bit of practice.
Mm-hmm.
My mouse says he might have been a bit late to the second one. That might have been it. But yeah, it's very strict. As you can see, one person make a mistake, we wipe. If a tank gets the magic vulnerability, they die, which means the following comet will kill everyone else. If a tank is just a split second too slow, then everyone else dies. And then we wipe anyway. Cones? Cones?
Oh, he just does cones in the same spot
Left
twice.
side and then switch. Get ready. Switch.
Yeah. DPS rotation.
No cooldown, it does 366,000 damage.
That's not a lot.
North.
Easy.
Yeah, don't you know, anyone can tank that.
I think actually, if you use all of your defensive cooldowns, you might be able to do it as a tank without using the invuln. I mean.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum.
Go, move the boss. Remember to watch the tethers.
All the damage.
All the damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, the stacks can't. Yeah.
This cannot be recovered. Just actually wait. No, this can't be recovered. I was going to say maybe we
No.
could test the mechanic after, but we don't have 2 tanks, so this is going to be very helpful with it.
No. The tanks can't stack because the AoE kills us after the stack.
Yeah. This is awkward. Because of the debuffs. Oh yeah, there's this. I just want to see what happens.
Newt.
Just want to see what happens. Oh, you die. Surprise. Now, what I wanted to see was how were the explosions shaped. So, you saw the tethers. It appears you can move the tethers. Nothing like a 100k attack to the face. So the fire tethers are of course something that those with the ice brand needs to take, and the ice tethers needs to be taken by the fire brands. And there's a good chance that a tank can take all of them and just use some defensives. But as you can see, we kind of all need to survive this long.
Oh, we did pretty good. I mean, we got further.
A little bit further. So, just to reiterate, the 2 bosses spawn while they're just standing there casting stuff. You can attack whichever one you like, technically. But the instant that they finish their first cast, you get a specific debuff, and you have to be really fast. And the most important person that has to be extremely fast is me and Moss. We have to make sure to taunt the correct one, and that is the opposite color to what we have. So if you get fire, you have to grab Irion with the ice orbs, and if you get the ice, you have to grab Lahabrea with the fire orbs. That's it. And then we have to survive until the next mechanic, which is those lines, and we want to make sure that all of the ice beams point to fire-branded people, and all of the fire beams point to ice-branded people. It might be survivable based on what we saw. Just face tanking it outright, as long as you get the correct beam. And if anyone should experiment with taking multiple beams, it should not be Sip, because if Sip dies, it's a wipe. Because we can't rest people without him.
I got squashed.
Yeah.
But I think we're getting further.
Yeah, we are.
You are
First you are squash.
Yeah, it's this is the kind of fight where once you get it, it's not too problematic, but it as you can see, the bosses are getting harder as we progress further down the list.
I mean, you say that, but the one before was easier than Titania.
Yeah.
True.
Technically it was challenging, easy, hard.
Yeah. Well, I believe we had some trouble with 04S combs.
Yeah, but we didn't
Yeah,
let the
it's
scrap
cones.
way, so it all doesn't work.
Oh yeah, we can move. I keep forgetting that. I don't actually have to think. for a
Flat
second.
side. Switch. So much damage. Oh, what?
Oh yeah.
What this?
That.
That. It's mirrors.
Yeah, I see. This might be a little hard to recover from.
That's fine.
Sorry, what was that?
I need healing. Okay, Genji.
Yeah, exactly. As Kasari and Natsuko says, we need
Yeah.
to do the opposite of where the empty spot is. Nuke
It's
the
fine.
boss.
The bone sack
Watch the cones.
be gone. Two, one, bone sack's gone. Let's go. Ah. Someone.
Everyone survived.
Yay.
Nailed it.
Quake 3. I want to do Quake 3.
Okay, so remember, you can attack whichever one you like for the first few seconds. When the spell finishes, you need to be really fast to check what debuff you get and act accordingly. Okay, I have the correct one.
I have fire. I need ice.
Yeah, so you just move over and attack the one you need to attack. Here comes the cones. The fire ones need to go to... Uh-oh. Oh boy. Did we get it? This is the kind of mechanic where I cannot help you. I get too confused myself. Is there more?
Yeah, we gotta fight him.
Please hurry. I have a primal rent ticking out. Thank you. I don't know what this does.
Universal manipulation. That spell.
Overlapping circles. I think we need a lot of healing.
Yeah. Just saved you.
Glares?
Ah.
I didn't
Triple
look away.
kill.
I jumped into it.
We might be able to survive this as Sip survives. That glare mechanic snuck up on me.
Were you not supposed to look at him?
We were not supposed to look at each other.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those are two. You don't want to stack them. Split,
That's
split,
fine.
split, 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 and... Oh, he disappeared.
Well, that's fine. I
If
got
you see
enough time to
two
rest
stack
on them.
markers, you never want to overlap them. Ever, 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 ever.
Is this the halfway point?
This is the phase 2.
This is where it becomes big.
He become big.
Big is better.
Bigger is better.
Oh boy.
Oh, he looks so cute when he's big.
He looks so cute. Kawaii Hades.
Titania would be happy.
Yeah. She would be a happy branch. Again, the majestic. Whatever that means.
It means again. Oh, there's a comment.
Oh, comets! Oh boy. I was not ready for that. Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I need to captivity.
I can't see very well. He's very large.
Is this inside?
Kill the Gale in the middle. Kill the Gale in the middle.
in the middle.
Maybe, yeah.
Again, the martyr. What a weird mechanic name. Oh boy. Splitted stacks. I think you may be able to survive individually. And that was a knockback. Where was that knockback originating from?
The
Did anyone
center.
see? Okay.
It originates from his hands.
Big pep with it.
Spawns and nuked.
Wow.
Shot.
Wow, from the beginning. That's why. this
No
is difficult.
checkpoints for us. Well, we have more health now.
Hey, we got 5%.
Oh boy. I think it went better. I just want
did.
to mention that according to the event that Sip planned, this is officially the end of our mount farming event. If
Technically.
anyone looks at the time and goes, actually I have stuff to do, that is fine. But we can also continue for a bit longer if you like.
Okay. Yo, wait, I have this thing. Thank you for the friend fire.
For the what?
I said, I have this thing. Thank you for the friend farm.
Oh yeah, that suddenly something came up. Besides, says these attack names are actually the titles of Asians. Oh yeah, that's true. In that case, I'm going to assume that we continue.
Yep,
Sure.
we can continue.
I'll just do a ready check to be sure that everyone's ready to go again.
Oh.
What would be funny is if the bosses were able to ready on a ready check. Just be like, yeah, I'm ready.
From what I saw with the Asian Prime, that was the part where we had the sudden, like, glares and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So while we're dealing with the mechanic that leads up to that, we're just supposed to like stand in a circle around the boss and look away. That is probably the safe, like a safe way to do it. By the way, Combs.
Yeah, it's coming. You don't have to stand in it, Zip.
Flat and then spiky side. Move. It's just so much damage.
Are you invulning for that?
Yes.
Because I don't see your health
one
move.
out.
It does
I was still like, if it was quick enough.
366,000 damage.
Ouch.
Yeah, I usually heal him instantly after.
I also heal myself instantly after it does an absolutely absurd amount of damage.
Because I kept looking at your health bar and I was like, I don't see it move.
Sansa says if Square Enix keeps their ultimate schedule, we'll probably see an ultimate version of this fight in 8.1. 8.1. Isn't there a chance that it would be 7.1 with how they did DSR and they also did Omega, so they're kind of catching up right now. Oh, Kasani mentioned that with that Asian Prime, the DPS also get this debuff called Beyond Death, so you have to die.
Ah.
Yikes. Alright. Eon and Habrea, remember to watch your debuffs.
The Dragoon special.
The Dragoon special. Oh, switch. Switch. Use provoke.
I am fire. Oh. My bad. I didn't mean to give it to you.
Not so. Okay, we managed to deal with it before it happened. Never mind.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's the kind of mechanic where we may need to deal with it or may not, because it resolves just after we kill it. Oh yeah, the Doom thing. Lots of healing. And
Dead.
Oh, I thought Doom disabled. But I think I don't heal enough.
So, it appears, from what I could see, that tanks and healers get Doom, and DPS get Beyond Death. Is that right, Sadi? It seemed to be that.
So are we supposed to die?
That's correct. So that means that the DPS wants to get hit by a lot of stuff and die, yes.
So when the circles come out, stand in the
so that
circle?
means when this mechanic happens, you want to take damage, and you're really low on health, and you don't want to get healed a lot if you want to make sure you die, I guess.
So what you're saying is if they have that debuff, just jump off.
No, because then you will not be able to survive after.
Ah, disappointing.
Beyond death means you have to die from damage, and then you have to stand somewhere where you don't automatically die again. You want to get hit by lethal damage once.
Okay.
And that means that we're in an interesting position because Zip should not be casting Medica 2 or Afflatus raid-wide healing, because that makes it really difficult for the for the DPS to die, I think. You may want, I don't know if it will be ready again by then, but you may want to keep Benediction to heal me, Moss, or yourself. I don't need it for the tank boss at the start. I use Equilibrium to heal back up myself.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't use it this time. I saved it for
if you save Benediction for that particular Doom thing, then you might have an easier time healing one of us up. If you know who you're going to use Benediction on, I can try and heal us up with Nascent Flash as well. So maybe don't use Benediction on me. Let's see, Sansa says... Oh yeah, there's Shinryu and Eden in between. It's Raid and then Trial. Next ultimate could be Tsukuyomi. That's true, but Shinryu is more likely. So praying that they get wacky and give us the Kefka and Warring Triad ultimate everyone's been asking for. That would be pretty cool, because those 4 bosses do have a very direct relationship. Right. Let's go. Doom, Shriek, and Donut. This reminds me of 04S, where you get those those like crazy stacked mechanics, which incidentally we happen to deal with by just winging it and somehow making it.
Brute force.
Yeah, pretty much. Which means that this is going to be rough. Flat side, then spiky side. Switch.
Oop. There, I see it now.
Yeah. It's quite a lot of damage. Oh, wait, watch the... I believe it's there. It's here?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Pitiful, malformed, wretched creatures. Stabs self with staff.
That's not healthy. He should consult the doctor.
Exactly, Kozari. I did remember that most of these mechanics happen in some crazy overlap in 04S. So I guess that's almost like a callback. He just insults us and then just stabs himself.
I'm back.
Nice.
Who needs a stack part? Only did half my health.
Well, you are technically a tank.
Get ready for your targets. Attack whichever, and then make sure to switch on time. I have the right one. That was a lot of focus on Eon.
Yeah, I did a Blood Lily on it.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the reason. I'm not sure what to do right now with myself.
That's fine.
Guy, kill them about the same time. Reality.
We beat him up when we beat him up.
Guy didn't say why.
I think the guide's also meant for sync.
Probably.
And 8 people.
Oh, I just instantly died.
Weird. That means we're also dead, Moss.
I'm alive! I live! I die my own terms. Heh. Alright. Whee!
Let me just check exactly this fight, just to see what the order is. I assume
That might be
fine. All tanks and healers will be afflicted with Doom. I know Quasadi already went over it, but let me just check it to be sure. A ticking debuff that will outright kill you if you're not healed to full. So I suggest the way that we do this, Sip, is if you use Benediction on Moss, then I'll use Nascent Flash on you, and then we will try to heal each other up. Hopefully Moss can also use Clemency a little bit to help. I think I might need the bigger brunt of the healing, given that I have nearly twice your health pool. And then it's going to do Ancient Circle, which is the donut things that are following us. And Cursed Shriek, which eventually becomes the gaze, the glare mechanic. So even though we should stand somewhat close to each other, we should not be looking at each other, tanks and healers, and the DPS should not be looking at us either. I don't know why you just died out of nowhere. Meanwhile, all damage dealers will be afflicted with, first, Beyond Death, which will is the inverse of Doom. You die if it runs out, but if you die before it runs out, it just disappears. Instead of you dying. Then
Well,
it also applies. What?
I have a theory on how I died. When I looked at my Steam, apparently there was an update for a game going in. So I'm going to call lag. And I probably got hit and it didn't happen.
Did the update kill you?
Probably.
And then
Just noticed it was on.
off balance causes affected players to be knocked backwards a set distance once they take damage.
Yeah, because I stood in the one of the circle in the edges and I got pushed back.
Right. Does arm's length work on that?
I don't know, I didn't try it. I just tried to get hit.
So my question is immediately, should the tanks and healers run to the edge so that the donut circle is mainly in the center, so the melee DPS, or so the DPS can be knocked back while as close to the center as possible? I don't know how large the knockback is.
It didn't push me. All it really did, because it's I can't really stand there because I'll trigger the boss. But basically where B is kind of where I stood, and the ring, the internal ring, is where I get pushed to. So it's not that far.
So that's why I'm saying maybe we should make sure that the donut circle is overlapping with the center. That might make it easier. And finally, the melee also gets Forked Lightning, which causes the players to eventually detonate for large AoE damage. So this is all going to be really fast, probably. So what's going to happen is, for the first few seconds, Zip would need to nuke heal me and himself and use Benediction on Moss, presumably, or that's mostly a suggestion, right? And then, when the Beyond Death and Doom mechanics are resolved, then Zip has to, nuke heal everyone. By that time, I can also use Shake It Off to help a bit. And Kasadi says, the knockback is considerably less than half the arena for sure.
Yeah.
Right. We could go to the edge just to be sure, that it doesn't matter which way you get knocked. We could also just do as we have been doing, where we just like sort of congregate somewhere, so we don't have to think too much about it. Zip already has a lot to work with.
Yeah.
Depending on how much healing that is necessary, we might need 2 healers for this, but I don't know. But based on how much health the Asian Prime has left after that mechanic, I don't think we need to worry about what comes after that. We just need to do this correctly. Should we try?
We can. We still got 20 minutes left in the instance. We can do it.
Yeah, speedrun.
Yeah. Well, learning a boss fight is also, part of the fun.
Yep.
Because I find it difficult to explain that whole thing. Yeah, I know. That's also why sometimes it's easier to just see it. We can prepare all we want by reading on the mechanics, but ultimately, even if you know exactly what you're supposed to do, it is easier to understand a mechanic by seeing it, and then figuring it out. Cones? Hello, HK. How are you doing?
It says that you can move, so you don't get hit twice by it.
Sit flat.
I love getting hit
Like-
by it.
You just like being hit by Emmett Silk.
Yeah, a bit selfie.
All the damage.
Ah. So.
No.
What?
No. No.
It's fine.
It's fine, I used the right.
Emmett Silk. That's what he wears. Nice, HK.
I'll be fine, only 3 button.
It's fine. By the time we get hit again, it's already gone.
That's true.
We can switch places.
Oh wow, we really beat him this time.
I don't know why I did that.
Like the
Man's
one-
got the cashmere sheets and silk PJs. The Emmett Silk, if you will. I have the correct one.
I feel like once it's set, we're always just gonna be with this one.
Nope. We
I
have
always
had
got
one
it.
mix-up already.
I only get the ice. This is disappointing.
Oh, that was just
Alright.
rude.
Prime then. Here it comes.
Ah.
I held the wrong person with it.
Yeah.
You were like 1 HP away
No.
from getting it.
I'm petrified.
We might still be able to do this.
You'll be fine.
Nope.
No. Because I was petrified and it was away from the heal. It's fine.
It's fine, it's only
Ow.
a 5-second heal.
Well, now we have like a really long time to just cast reses.
Yeah, it's only a 5-second heal, don't worry.
Second wind. 16,000 second wind, pretty good.
Very nice. HK says, any luck with mount drop so far? Well, we got the one mount from Titania relatively quickly, the one we needed. And then we also got the mounts, the 6 mounts we needed, I believe 5 or 6 mounts from Innocence. And that's why we're already on Hades. So I would say we've been pretty lucky. We haven't been able to kill Hades yet, though, so... So I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Tremble before my glory.
Alright. Comments again.
The rocks of doom.
And captivity.
Thingy. So it's very descriptive.
The thing.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. The name of all beloved mechanics. You know, the thing.
Yeah, it's the handsy thing.
Yeah.
Remember this heat knockback.
Oh, right.
Heat knockback. Yeah. We had to be inside.
Arm's length doesn't work.
Oh, well, welcome as a member, HK. Thank you so much. Welcome.
You can do it.
It's fine, it's a paladin.
No, you can't be in the same line.
Remember that if
Yeah,
you
mouse, you
join
can't-
the
Yeah.
Let me just take a moment to find that. Might as well mention that anyway.
The only mechanic I remember when I tried this mouse is he will constantly keep doing the internal and the external cones, so
Yeah.
you have to stay in that lane.
If you join the Discord server, HK, you have to make sure that you have your YouTube account linked. Then you get a fancy role on the Discord server.
What? You have a Discord?
Yes, I have a Discord.
He's had it
You
for
not- you
weeks,
not know
so.
that. I've had it for a while. And there's also some emotes that you can use. And
No,
I
Kai, you're
also
supposed to use
asked-
it as selling point.
What do you mean?
I don't
The
know.
selling point is that you want to support me. I don't want anyone to feel obligated to become a member.
Yeah, I know.
What is this Discord to speak of? So there is a community Discord. I just put a link to it in the live stream chat. If you want to join it, it is a great place to look if you want to get the YouTube channel schedules and announcements very easily. The announcements include whenever I post a video or a stream, whatever. And
But wait, there's more.
wait, there's more. You also get access to the few unique emotes that I've made for the YouTube channel. It's a bit limited, but there's something, and I made them myself. And you also get to participate whenever I make some member-specific community posts, which is mainly asking what I should post next on certain things. Like, for instance, job guides. I ask every now and then what job I should make job guides on next, because for me it's mostly all the same. I could do anyone.
What about
yeah,
necromancy?
I hope you enjoy the membership, HK. Thank you so much. Right, we have time for at least one more pull before we have to reset this, and we have an
Yes.
extra 20% now.
We can definitely win now.
The tank health dragoon, my favorite. I am secondary tank.
The more we die, the sooner you'll be able to survive that one-shot mechanic regardless.
Third tank. Who's the third tank?
Me, my 100.
Natsuko also has 100.
Oh, you beat me. Never mind, Bard beats me.
I'm guessing it's an item level thing.
Yeah, it's item level. I think I'm
Scurry and
612.
scatter. Did you hear that, guys? You have to scurry and scatter for the cones.
But I don't wanna.
That's what happens when you're told that it is cones like 3 seconds before it happens. Like, oh, by the way, guys, you have to spread for this mechanic. What?
Explosive orbs.
Apparently, he does not care whether he's on 1 HP for that mechanic.
Yeah. God
Because
knows.
he already casted it.
You know how it's not
You can't stop me. I'm already casting.
It's the Black Mage mentality. I started casting it. I don't care if there's an AoE underneath my feet. I'm casting.
Could you imagine if black mages could do that? They just can't die if they're mid-cast.
It's my cast, and I do what I want.
He's like, got it. It's like warriors that are just too angry to die.
Oh, that was bad.
Was it bad?
No, I didn't move fast enough, so I cleaved Zip.
You guys are getting some, well, those 20% extra damage output is really helping us.
Thank you.
It's quite incredible.
Now I have my blood lily for next phase.
Whew. Maybe you should use that on Habrea instead.
Why?
Blah, Blair.
Because Igion tends to die extremely fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone bodies her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yep, gone.
The most disrespected intermission in the game. Alright, for a second mechanic, you're dead. Oh.
I have a buff. I mishit the wrong button.
I'm proud of you.
What?
I meant to hit a button and I missed it. Yeah.
I think I know why.
petrified.
I think I've discovered why people just randomly die to this mechanic. The Asian Prime does something in the ballpark of 99.9% of your health.
Yeah,
damage.
that's what I think killed me last time.
So because I was at like 97%, I just died anyway.
Well, I got dealt the 9999999 when I stood in the circle. This is what I'm using to kill me.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can
Time
actually
to
res
rest
people.
some people. HK says, as soon as you do an action, you get invuln. While the GCD is spinning, you cannot die. Could you imagine? That is like... that makes me think of like post-game builds in Strangers of Paradise, where you just chain things that give you infinite MP and invulnerability during a certain buff and things like that. Yeah, I thought that too, Kasari. I thought he just set your HP to 1%, to like 1, but it seems that he just smacks you. And it's not just he smacks you, it's unique damage, as you can see now, with the damage types shown next to damage. It's quite helpful.
What's the green spiky thing? Oh, just in time. Sure. This. Oh, yeah, I forgot this was off by a little bit. Because I misclicked.
You know, we're hitting this the boss really hard. We might be able to we might be able to do this if we can just deal with a few mechanics.
Yeah.
So this one was the one where there was going to be a knockback, right?
Yeah, this is the knockback. This is the stand in the center and then be pushed.
How?
So Center.
Genuinely,
This thing.
how? How do you plan for us to do that?
Like
Because
that.
of that.
I
get
managed to
pushed.
finesse it. I just dashed. with half a foot off the arena.
What? He lost.
This is disgusting.
Is this the button mash?
Who's gonna die? Wait, I have a macro for this.
You have a macro?
You have a back row for
nothing.
button mashing.
When you're too lazy.
This is button mash, yeah?
I don't know. I can't remember. Seems like it is.
It is.
It's a bit surprising this would be an extreme. And...
Keyboard breaking time, let's go.
I'm back. 4.49.
Ah, I wasn't fast enough. My fingers are too cold. My room's also cold, and it's cold outside.
Yeah, I already had to hit one button for that.
Society says after this we will stand on C.
This is what I
Directly
see.
on C. So we will do that. I will trust you, Kasadi.
Don't move from C.
The one safe spot.
I wish I could do that.
I really hope C is within attack range. Otherwise I'm going to be really sad.
C. Yep.
C.
C.
C. For cranberries.
Hey, have a buff. Have a buff.
Thank you.
All the buffs.
Wow. That's incredible.
I think I was slightly out of range because I kept getting
So
hit
what
by
do we do now? Tanks have to deal with towers. Quadra strike.
That sounds like 4 strikes at once.
Oh, hey, towers.
Towers.
Oh, hey, look. Yay.
We did it.
That was a very short dungeon.
See, it took us, what?
Like what, 4 minutes?
Because I just said, ow. Intercept the punch as a DPS. It's fine.
53 minutes to clear. We could do it.
Easy.
Aw, no mount drop.
Just as I saw the mechanic happen, Kasadi mentioning standing precisely on C, it all came back to me. It is like
We didn't get the material.
it is like almost a 1 pixel safe spot,
Yeah.
which is hilarious.
Ah, I didn't get anything. Oh,
No.
well. But
I
hey,
got
I
the
got the
last
achievement.
so far.
Well, I got the achievement. I didn't not get anything. I got an achievement.
Yeah.
The first time I did it, I was doing it as Dark Knight, and the Dark Knight sword dropped. And I was the only Dark Knight, so got something. Are we ready for another go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just... Okay. Oh yeah, if your gear is not feeling great, it might be a good idea to repair after all those wipes.
Luckily,
Also-
I have a mentor in my library.
There's also a-
Dylan, Mars says no. Mars is not ready for another go, is that right?
There's a window right here.
I just go to the one in the.
Oh,
right
Mars
room.
said I thought people needed repairs. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like, I'm making the ready check both to see if people are ready, but also to see if people want to do more.
You know, I completely forgot that's a feature we
Natsus-
can do. We have two
Natsus-
max level crafters here.
Not so you don't have to be res mage. It seems to work. You can be the job you want to be. You should go as what you
Yeah.
find easiest. Do you think that having another healer would be better, Kasadi? How do you feel, Kasadi? If you think that it's safer if you go healer, then go healer. If you think that it's just fine to be DPS, you can stay DPS. No one has to switch any jobs. We just beat it. It does require a lot of healing. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Mo says he has to head out. So if we're doing this, we have to do it as 5 players, and we will possibly need 2 tanks. So this will start to be a very stretched group. We can try and see how possible it is.
2
to
tanks,
see.
2 healers.
We need 2 tanks for the comets. And we probably need 2 healers. So if Kwasari goes healer and then there's is tank, then Natsuko is the 1 DPS, and then the question is how many mechanics we can skip like this. We can try. We can see how far we can get. If it feels a little too difficult, we can just say that was it. We have done quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean we can try. Doesn't hurt to try.
I think we've done a lot more than we expected. So.
Well, especially since Titania the last time was like 40 minutes just to do all the mounts or more.
Yeah, something like that. Well, we can try this and see if it works. There's also the part that since we're 2 tanks and 2 healers, there's going to be 4 dooms instead of 3.
Oh, the doom.
The doom.
The doom.
Either way, thank you for joining us, Mars. Really nice that you could join for the time you could join.
Yes,
And the ghost of the Christmas past. Ah, indeed.
Yes, thank you for joining, Mouse.
And everyone is ready, so we will give it a shot. Remember when we killed it the last run? We had 2 tanks, and well, we had 2 tanks and a healer, but we had 20% more damage on the kill try. This might get really brutal. The main concern I have is whether we're going to see a second tank buster in phase 1 and how much we're going to see of the Igeyorm and the Habrea intermission.
The most
Probably a bit
and
more.
the best.
Okay, off tank position.
Oh yeah, the cones are a little easier to deal with now.
Yeah, there's less people.
And switch. Oh, we don't have our markers.
Oh yeah, we've got markers.
Oh, the main concern there is getting the C marker in that last bit, but I wonder if we're going to see that. Right, there is a trick to this, where if you just stand, I believe it's just in the center, you will only get hit by the center one, if it lands. Which often people prefer over trying to dodge all of them.
Yeah, you gotta wing it.
Like so, with 2 big shields, we don't even get a volt stack. Nailed it. Another one.
And another one.
Still no volt stacks. Hades?
Alright, I'm in the south, so I guess you can take north. Or,
Okay. It's all the same to me, just stay in south then. Actually, you're in the north.
I'm in north? Alright.
Wait, I've just realized something. There's 5 of us, but we should get 4 things, don't we? And 2 of us are tank.
We will see what happens. If we get 4 things, then this is probably not doable.
Oh, nope, 3 showed up. Nope, 4 showed up.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I have one.
He's got a solo
Let's
at
see.
that.
Now we wipe, right? Oh, when I get this. Or maybe not?
Oh, maybe you could do it.
Wait a minute. Is Quasari messing with the encounter with all the shields?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not used to it.
It's not used to having a pure shielder.
What's with all these shields? Why do my mechanics not work? I didn't get a magic roll debuff from the cone, at least.
Well, that's good. Oh, I forgot to do my, what do you call it?
Swap
which
with
am I?
me. Swap with me.
Provoke.
Do we have them switched up correctly?
Uh-huh.
Great. Now we suddenly have to deal with the mechanic. And now we might see more mechanics on Asian Prime as well.
As long as we don't die.
I mean... Wait, the donut thing did 999 damage, didn't it?
Yeah, donuts did 999. So DPS
Yeah, so
has to
Natsuko
be
just
hit.
has to stand in it.
Yeah, you
Wait,
just have
Sip,
to.
you have it?
Yeah, I had to be on there. I didn't realize. I realized a bit late.
Yeah, I saw it in the last moment too.
I guess the
What a
fourth
mess.
DPS gets randomly given to someone else.
No damage. This is hilarious. It's almost disrespectful.
Yeah, shield healers or something else on old content. Ow. Remember, don't overlap them. Well, this is going pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Comets.
Tessa, I'm going to be taking the comets closer to the boss because I'm pretty confident that my fell cleaves are stronger.
Oh yeah, you're. I'm only 6'12", so I'm pretty sure you're what, 6'20", 6'25".
623.
I'm 622
An unexpected twist.
because I still have a 610 earring.
Which a twist.
What a twist. Remember, the comets come almost immediately. Like, they start spawning after, again, the Majestic.
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure I don't need a rampart, but I'm doing it anyway.
No, you don't really need anything to soak them. You just have to soak them.
Realize how slow these comets are.
The HK like, oh no, a sorcerer of Eld! Witness his glory! Behold!
Yeah, what is the new you?
Yeah, this is the center thingy.
Oh, now I get it. I was like, how are you stacking? Because we have like spread markers, but apparently they resolve afterwards, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah. These things. Ow, 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 ow.
Wow!
It's fine, teaser.
Yeah. It's fine. It's okay.
I'm guessing that's a middle.
Ow. It's fine. Laser beams are okay.
Alright, let me go on to the right mouse profile.
It's quite impressive that Hades can like animation cancel a laser beam like that. He just did the damage and immediately cancelled it.
Yeah.
Laser beams matter.
Yeah, 335. 351.
I got a 4 something.
I got 422 and I don't use macros.
I just tap.
I never said I do.
You
I'm a good
just switch to the right profile. Right, so... does anyone know where the C marker is intuitively?
It's on the left somewhere, but I don't know the exact location.
Left and up is all I remember. A little bit. Just a little.
But what you're saying is that we have to wing it.
Like somewhere in here?
Ah, I got hit.
Well, we tried.
Ow.
I guess we have to actually dodge now.
Ew,
This might take a bit
dodging.
longer. The scary thing is that it gives damage down.
Yeah.
Means the fight is going to take longer. Here comes the quarter strike. I'll take the right one. There's a left.
Oops.
Well, I was on the edge of it, but okay.
On the edge of the pillar?
That was
Yeah,
my bad.
no, on the
No,
outside.
no one soaked it. That's why people died.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
my bad.
Here it comes again.
Thankfully, we have 2 tank healers.
Yeah, I already tried to heal Natsu.
If you have to shake it off, use it. If you have to shake it off, use it.
I don't have it up right now. I used it for the
Okay.
last one.
Might be a bit too late.
I take
Alright.
the right one.
I'm where I'm supposed to be this time.
These warriors are sure making me feel useless.
Remember to use equilibrium, Desna.
Yeah, I did.
I think that's the Hardened Rage he was casting. That's a long Gigantomachy.
Ah, it's a machinist weapon.
First try!
With a warrior.
Nailed it.
Sadly, no mount.
Yeah. I'm particularly surprised that we managed to deal with the comets in the intermission. I'm pretty confident that the reason why we could was because of Sage Shields.
Yeah, Sage Shield.
Should we do another? Should we give it another go?
We can. Oh. Yeah, my gear's fine. Your blacksmith desensitization skill increased by 1.
My I can't synthesize anything because all my good crafts is a lower level, and the only one I have at 80 is Alchemist, which is equivalent to books.
Yeah, something like that.
And the only thing I have left to max is...
HK pointing out the soulless. We can go again. I guess we can. I'm extremely motivated to go again, guys.
We could do it.
I just love doing Hades.
Well, we have 4 totems, which is 2 clears. Just
Okay.
48 more before it's guaranteed.
Yeah, 50
Boy.
times at the dungeon. Just like Ruffalo.
It's case that you were able to hear the fire in their voice. The fire of passion. Wow, guys, we just barely made it.
Oops.
Whee. Oh. Find the hole and go to the opposite end. HK says, not gonna lie, the Warrior of Light would probably have sounded the exact same. Warrior of Light is just done with everyone. That might be true. But I believe the hypothesis is that the Warrior of Light makes things difficult because they think it's funny. Like, what did the Leviathan look like? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it had 2 heads.
Oh wait, he's dead. We just can't. We have to wait for him to finish cast.
We can just stockpile resources on that. So which side do you want, Tessa? North or south?
I'm north.
Okay.
The side opposite of you.
Well, yeah, that's the idea. Besides this, whenever I say "ow" in chat, I just think like a very small "ow."
Oh, hey, look, I have it now.
Oh, then that means that Tessa probably needs a shield, a big old shield. Tessa needs a big old. Oh, I think we're dead.
Yeah, I died. Oh, hey, look, I got a revive.
I don't know why I got the magical, and I don't think I had it, Tessa.
You might run into someone saying,
We might be able to bypass it if you get the tether. The important thing is that you use blood wetting and shake it off. So you also put shields on yourself.
Yeah, that'd probably be better.
It's okay, Kosari. We try again. It wasn't supposed to be easy. Just a moment.
No.
HK says, for someone who thinks it's fun to make things difficult, the duty complete animations at the end rather quickly change from yay to I'm about to cry. That's true. Well, it makes sense thematically in most, especially a lot of Endwalker, that due to how things are in the world, that the War of Light becomes very serious.
Super ethereal.
I'm super ethereal, you guys. I'm super ethereal.
He's out there.
Out there. Man, bear, pig.
Half man, half bear, half pig.
He's what you call overcharged.
Here, use my super secret device I created. I call it the internet.
You made this? I made this.
Gotta love South Park.
Find the safe spot.
10%.
Yay! Well, now is a great time to remember you can just stockpile resources for a bit, because Hades is not going to leave.
Yep. Hades is technically dead.
Yep. Okay, the man bear pig with the epic echo, breaking limits even beyond what he thought was possible. Man bear pig, permanently unsynced. North or south, Dessa? I'm in the south.
Alright, so what's opposite of you?
Nice emote, son.
I don't have it.
I have it. I have it. 2 tickets to that thing you love.
It's
Ten.
mine.
The tickets are now diamonds.
Oh, I can get a comic because I didn't get the debuff.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, the comets don't really do anything other than rate-wide damage.
Yeah. I guess I'll poke you until I find out who I get.
Yep. I have the correct one.
Same. Get over here.
Get over here. Get over here.
I love Phil Cleve.
Zip is dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got given the fire
They're
stack
switching
things.
up the debuff now. Tank switch. Tank switch. Tank switch.
Provoke.
Yeah, that's the scary part, is that they do that, and normally you would have to be really fast.
Yeah, I misclicked where provoke was.
No, what I mean is that back in ShadowBringers, if you weren't really quick about it, they might just tank buster you. Tessa, you? Okay, you got it. You have to go die. I am tribute. Does that mean that we're expecting a mount now? We tributed a small dragon for luck.
Small dragon for a small dragon.
It's an even trade, you see. It's
You
only
get
fair.
a small dragon. In exchange, I get a small dragon.
Trade offer. It's the power of alchemy. You know, it's quite awkward when taking the North Comets that if you turn your camera in a certain way, his huge wings, well, they get very much in the way.
Hey, this comet's going through his forearm. That should do damage to him.
Yeah. Rick,
When your boss mechanics clip the boss.
You can't do that. That's cheating. My bad, Zip.
I don't know.
Huh?
It's a baby attack.
Abyssal Celebrant.
Ah, this
Oh,
thing.
right. That's what it's called. The oh no mechanic.
Yeah.
I guess I got whacked too hard.
Sid needs some help. Katari's on the case.
Man, how come I got all of the little domes?
That is an excellent question.
Just give it 2 seconds.
Sid needs some healing. In each case, today I learned there is a mysterious attire cover with a whole set of your type B stuff I've never seen before. Really? I didn't know there was an attire cover with that. I just thought it was the individual pieces.
Wow. Ah, it's a little faster. 5, 6.
Imagine not getting full rating.
Ow. Oh, cracking knuckles when your fingers are cold feels so good, but they hurt at the same time.
Turn your heater on.
Alright, guys. C. For cranberry.
I don't have a heater. I have an AC in my room, but it's also cold.
Well, I have an air heater, and I like to put paper in front of it.
I have radiators in my apartment, but my office has no heat on because my computer's so powerful.
Yeah, my PC
Yeah.
heats my room up. My PC brought
Yeah.
my room from 60 to 68 right now.
Yeah, I have to do that at the start of my waking up. Otherwise, because I have to give my PC a time to warm up.
It's so specific.
Yeah, if you're on the edge of it, it doesn't work.
Wow, it's like you need to be exactly on point.
This time I'll remember his fists of doom.
What's Portal Strike again?
That was the
Go ahead.
punches.
Right, I'm on the right, you go to the left.
It's fine, just shake it off.
Don't start singing now.
Ah, it's a
Oh,
thing.
T.
See that?
Yeah. 13 minutes.
Nice.
And no
Ooh,
mount.
I will take that. I like match defense. That's good.
I got it.
Down.
I got it,
Please
folks.
look at the defense.
Yoink.
I just agreed it. I didn't think I'd actually gonna get it.
Now
Coming out with the
you
skull.
really know. Now you know what Hades cares about your death. He does not. He does not understand alchemy. Well, that was another hour. Should we continue longer, or does anyone need to go? Does
Oh
anyone
hey,
want to
look,
go?
I got the Hades thingy.
The
Oh.
weapon.
No,
weapon
the,
thingy.
that.
Ooh.
What does it make?
You can
Hades
sell
says-
that.
Ah.
Oh, you can make a Hades weapon and sell it for 1,000,000 gil.
Oh, nice. HK says, apparently the cover only drops in the copied factory. Isn't that... I
Oh,
thought
hey.
that the attire cover that drops in the copied factory was like guaranteed. Like 3 of them, I believe.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Like every
Oh,
clear
I
you
just
get
realized what I
the
can do.
2B, the 2B outfit.
I need to do copied factory. Oh, not copied factory.
Soul
I just
Sliver
realized
says
what I
only
can do.
1 million. Soul Sliver says only 1 million. It's
I
like
do this.
tier 2
Where's
on
my
my
cover?
server.
And then I do
Well,
this.
it depends greatly on the server. Let's see. Let's see.
I desynthesize it. I got scammed.
Oh, yeah, that's a thing I got.
I got ink.
Yeah. So I just need to
Wait,
do the.
what do you mean? Your Soul Sliver. Your name is Soul Sliver, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, look, stuff sold. How much does it go for?
Soul Sliver 11.
It goes for 399,000. Someone's selling 10 of them.
What, the Hades materials? I believe the weapons go for a lot more.
Yeah, someone's selling. Oh, it's the same dude. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
Oh, you misspelled it, so it's supposed to be Soul Silver 11.
1, 2, 3,
I'm guessing.
4, 5.
I'll try to
12.
remember to get that right.
This dude's got 22 of those, and
Well,
he's
from the
selling
looks
all
Trying
of
to
of
it.
sell them in, and they're selling them in a single stack.
He's selling one in. One is 1, one is 2, one is 3, one is 5, and one is 10. All for 399,999.
I mean, that works if you're selling, like, if you want to sell a lot of an item that can be used in bulk, there's no reason to not make, like, varied stack sizes.
Yeah.
Like, when I have been selling some cherry pink dye recently, and I have explicitly done the, like, intentionally had it be, like, some 5 stacks, some 3 stacks, and some 1 stacks.
I know for gathering stuff, because that's what I usually do and what I usually sell. I either sell in stacks of 99, 50, or if I know a quest needs it, I'll sell it for that exact amount for the quest.
Soul Silver says, to be fair, just realized I misspelled it. I should go fix that. I don't know. Soul Sliver isn't a bad thing. Sliver, you know, isn't that like a Magic the Gathering thing?
No, sliver is when you sliver in them DMs.
No, no.
Zip.
So technically, it could be like it. I would say Soul Sliver sounds.
Yeah, the slivers are a
Like,
creature
it doesn't.
type.
It doesn't sound bad necessarily. But if you feel like you want to correct it to Soul Silver, that's okay. The thing is, I didn't even consider that it was a misspelling because it could feasibly be correct. It's silver everywhere else. Oh, okay, then it's probably better to change it. Well, Kosadi said that you should probably get something to eat soon, and given how tight our situation has been with the runs already, I don't think we can do it as 4 players. If we were to do it as 4, we would, first of all, it would be mandatory that the one healer we have is a shield healer, and, well, I don't even know if we would have the capacity to have a DPS. We probably need 2 healers to deal with all the mechanics suddenly, and then it's going to mean that we're going to see a lot more mechanics. So I think it's better that we say that that was it. We've also been going for 3 hours on an event that we planned for 2 hours.
That's fine.
And Soul Silver asks, how's the mount farm going? So we had to get 1 Titania mount, and we got that first try. We had to get... It was 5 Innocence mounts, and we got that in 10 runs.
Yeah.
And then we needed, well, let's see, 6 Hades mounts, and in 3 clears we got 0. Oh yeah, we could have a little group picture with the Innocence mount.
Yeah, we can since we all have it now.
Yeah.
Mount.
Mouse has AFK though.
Well, then we'll have to take it with him not nearby.
No, we'll do it with him nearby and he'll be like, what?
We take it around him. We take it in front of him. Surround the mouse. I think that was a pretty good farm. And
Yeah,
I
it
think
was.
we wouldn't have gotten things done nearly as quickly if Kasadi hadn't helped. So I really appreciate you decided to come along, Kasadi.
Yes. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you for the carrot.
It has been fixed. Yeah, I can see that. Excellent. You know, that's the good thing about YouTube being relatively laid back about changing your names on the platform. It's a lot more awkward when it's like a platform where your name is set in stone completely and it's difficult to change, or it costs some money to change.
I just like how the effect for the mount, you know how it does the shimmer backwards? It kind of matches with the circle
Oh, yeah,
fire
with your
spinning.
your ring.
So it looks like my ring is pushing the shimmers behind me.
I'm guessing Soul Silver that maybe other people have seen it and just auto-corrected in their head. The thing is that I, and Sip can attest to that, I am very strict about reading the names right on things. And therefore I read your name and go, oh, it says Sliver. I'm going to say exactly that, because maybe you did it intentionally. So maybe that's why. But now we have it fixed, and now we have it right. So
That's it, fucker.
all's good. And HK says, I think on T you can only change the capitalization.
I just realized after Hades, we get to do the weapons.
Ah, yes.
I like the weapons.
Cinderdrift. I actually have done Cinderdrift a few times.
You mean the one I'm going to die on? Because I died on the normal one.
Well, you'll learn it. The second phase on somehow, if I remember correctly, Cinderdrift's second phase is somehow both easier and harder, because once you get phase 1, it's not that bad, but you have to get it first, and phase 2 is just brutal.
I tried for fun to see how far I could get on Cinderdrift with just solo as a warrior, and I got to 50% and died constantly.
Soul Silver says, I'm currently occasionally getting Stormblood dogs, only missing Byakko. Fun fact, warrior can solo Byakko Extreme. I have done it on, I believe I did it on my stream called Can I Solo That 2, if you want to see a demonstration. So you can see how it's done. It's really the main problem with soloing Byakko is the thing where he grabs you and smacks you down. It's very important that you use a lot of cooldowns or an invuln when he grabs you twice. Like the second time he grabs you where you still have the physical vulnerability. You might also be able to do it with some of the other tanks. And the main reason why Warrior is good is because of the shorter cooldown on Holmgang. I don't know if you already are sometimes doing Byakko solo, and that's what you mean, Soul Silver, but it was just to say you can probably farm it without anyone if you want to.
Drifting dog.
Gunbreaker might be able to do it. The main problem would be to recover after using your invulnerability or having enough cooldowns when your invulnerability isn't ready. I would say try. I would say give it a shot. You might be able to do it. If you can't do it, then if you just use your tank gear for your warrior and just grab like a 610 weapon for warrior, the warrior rotation is relatively straightforward, so you might be able to get behind that quite reasonably. But I would say try it. It's interesting to learn these things, whether you can or can't solo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, the warrior have it level 0. Oh. Oh. Well then.
Warrior was fun to level up, though.
You could level it. Fair enough. Well, as I said, we are done with runs.
Yep.
So that means that it's mostly just a little bit of a hangout stream, I suppose. If there's anything you guys would want to talk about in particular before we round up the stream in the chat, it's a great time to bring it up. Not that we aren't already talking about something specific right now, but I usually just bring this up so that there is something Quasari also says, my name has a word in a different tongue, so I'm chill if no one says to correct. The tongue is already drastically different from English specifically. So are you saying that Quasari Catalyst is completely incorrect? I would like to know how it's supposed to be said. You know, I do try to adjust based on the individual, like Makoto, who has a name written in Japanese. Hey John, how are you doing? Yeah. But I think it might be doable with Gunbreaker to solo Byakko Extreme. I just haven't tried it. I've only tried it with a Warrior, and it has been a while, so I'm not entirely confident on how strict the timing on things are. Natsuko says there's the Warrior one, and then there's Ruby Emerald Diamond. Well, Natsuko, the important thing is that if you check the order of the high-end trials, they're ordered after when they were introduced. And if we do the ones that are introduced longer ago, they will be easier due to numbers. So that's why Cinder Drift comes before a Seed of Sacrifice.
Yep.
On my list, I actually also have Memoria Misera, because there is some value in just doing it once for the clear.
Yeah, I tried to do party
Memoria
finders for Memoria.
Memoria Misera is the kind of encounter where you actually have to get the mechanics right. It is quite brutal. John says, doing good. Yep, I'm doing great too. We had some very good runs. Quasari here helped us a lot with getting the mechanics right, so we got clears a lot more reliably than we would have done without. Quasari said that is pretty much correct. Oh, awesome. And HK says, who is your favorite Final Fantasy XIV character, and why is Serena Mull the only right answer? Well, my favorite character is certainly Serena Mull. Actually, she is so sweet.
I thought we all came to the agreement that we'd only speak of Yashtola's greatness in this Discord.
Yeah.
Nope, that is incorrect, Sid. Each person is allowed to have their own opinion on who is the best character, but I personally really like Serena Mull. I think she's underrated. But I'm always surprised by how many that agree on that. Just like how, while I've been progressing through the Stormblood storyline in the main scenario quest streams we do every week, it is quite reliable that almost always brought up that Stormblood is underrated. Like, it seems to be something that we agree on, at least on this YouTube channel, that Stormblood is really good. It's really good. It's just that there is a vocal amount of players that say that Stormblood is bad, so people tend to undervalue it. And John says it's got to be Frey for me. Love the Dark Knight storyline. That is also really good, and Frey is a really good character. It's such a good story. If there is a job to do just to do the storyline of it, it would definitely be the Dark Knight one. And in contrast, one that isn't really worth doing for the job storyline, the Paladin one. Yes. The story behind Royal Authority, am I right, guys? 10 out of 10.
I don't know, I kind of like the story near the end for Warrior. That was funny.
The Warrior one is quite funny. It's like, as you progress, it leans up against like Hildebrand levels of comedy almost. And Ninja has like a Sunday morning cartoon villain kind of situation.
Yeah, you start off as a pirate and then suddenly turn into a ninja just because you use daggers.
But that's a charm to a lot of the storylines. There's just that the Paladin one is notorious for being, at least the Heavensward part is questionable. Besides this, Stormblood hits different. There are elements I absolutely love about Stormblood. As I was talking about yesterday when we were when we were playing through the last bits of Stormblood, I also think we talked about it specifically during the credits. I think part of the reason why Stormblood is so underrated is because of where it is placed. A lot of players did Stormblood during Stormblood, where these players might be rushing through it to get to endgame. Some players might be doing Stormblood doing Shadowbringers, where they were told that Shadowbringers was absolutely amazing, which meant that Stormblood was like the final hurdle they had to get through to get to the good bit, which meant that people didn't, pay as much attention to the stories, or maybe it wasn't as good because, they didn't find it as good because of it. The reason why Stormblood is considered bad is heavily because it is surrounded by stories that are really loved, which means that people don't give it a chance to shine. I really liked the Stormblood storyline, and it's not that it's not bad compared to the other expansions. Personally, I still think that Endwalker and Shadowbringers is better, but Stormblood is really good. You can have a story be for instance, the Stormblood expansion be great. You can even say that it is worse than all the other stories, but the important part is that being worse than a different expansion story doesn't mean that it is bad. If you have a 10 out of 10 and a 9 out of 10 and an 8 out of 10 and a 7 out of 10 and a 6 out of 10 and you're the 7 out of 10, you're still, on the positive side of the scale. HK says, John says, let me just scroll back a little bit. HK talking about the level 38 Dark Knight. That's a good story to look forward to. And John says, Stormblood had a rough placement for sure. It's rough between Heavensward and Shadowbringers. And HK says, Endwalker is better than Stormblood, is better than Shadowbringers, is better than Heavensward, and way better than A Realm Reborn. Personally, after doing A Realm Reborn again, I think that one is also underrated. All of the stories are really good. It's just that A Realm Reborn has a hard time because the story is really slow. Because they have to introduce a lot of things.
And you have hardly any abilities.
Yeah, so the combat also feels a little bit dull. So the Realm Reborn part of the story has a really tough time because it has to set up the things for Heavensward, and it also has to spend time setting things up for Stormblood. And then Heavensward and Stormblood just rolls with it because you already know why we're doing this. Our Realm Reborn sacrificed time to do that. So Silver says, this got to the second phase of Yaku, but the second slam into stack marker one-shots me. Yeah, so what you have to do there is so you use your invuln for the double slam in the phase 1. In phase 2, what you have to do, the best you can do there is try to save as many defensive cooldowns as you can. And then as the first slam comes, as late as you can, use some of the longer cooldowns like Camouflage and Rampart. And then when he slams, you just immediately click the rest of them. Just use all of your defensive cooldowns so that you have as many up as possible. And I know that you have only 1 or 2 seconds to do it, so it's not easy. But it might work. It might work. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. It's been a while. Everyone's just turning into Omega. Yeah, try to get creative. I said for a while that I felt that Saria was impossible to defeat solo. And then when I was recording some footage for something, I randomly reached the enrage timer with Paladin. So it's about, trying things. The scary part is what you can do, Soul Silver, if you want to practice it, is instead of using your invuln on the double slam in phase 1, use your defensive cooldowns for it, so you have the invuln for the phase 2 version. Like, so you can practice the harder version of the mechanic first. So you don't have to get way into the fight and then fail. John says the exact. Me and my wife have been saying the same thing ever since. The exact same thing. It's the worst of the expansions, Stormblood, I'm guessing, but it's still such a stellar experience. Exactly. That every single story in Final Fantasy XIV, in my opinion at least, is good. There are ups and downs in most of the stories, but all of them are great, and it's just that some of them are better.
Yeah.
Just like with comparing jobs on how much damage they do, just because you're on the bottom of the tier list, you're still only doing like 10% less damage than the best. Or even more than that. Maybe you're doing 5% less. But because you're on the bottom, that's what people see. This is like the kind of reasons why I have a video on the subject of your job being good enough. Because people might get confused into thinking that you have to play the best jobs to participate.
All the
And
Omega notes.
then we smash cut to the recent Ultimate, where I heard that because of buff caps, Machinist suddenly was used instead of Dancer. Dancer just Machinist just standing there like, yeah, where did that lead you? Back to me. Take that.
See, it's just all the mounts you have.
It's true, John. There's not that big of a difference. If you actually look at the numbers, if you compare the ranged physical DPS against each other, it's like single-digit % difference in DPS performance. If you compare Machinist to the best jobs, and I'm saying Machinist because Machinist tends to be known as the worst job. Because it's on the bottom typically. If you compare Machinist to the top jobs, it's like 10% or less damage difference. 10%. It sounds like a lot, but that's because it's the highest difference. In World of Warcraft, some specializations do 50% of the best ones. 50%. Like, now we can talk about a specialization being not viable. And HK says, what are you guys' favorite chocobo color? Well, let's see if we can find our personal chocobos. Mine is pink. I actually have this in Colibri pink because by accident I landed on that when I was trying to get it cherry pink.
Imagine not having purple.
Nice hat, Tessa. And Kasali says, when I did DRS back when it was released, DSR, I ran into the problem of buff and debuff limit. What, really? There was also buff debuff limits in DSR? Huh. And John says, people are spoiled with how balanced the roles are in this game. It's just because the thing is that this discourse of about people saying when they look at DPS charts, they don't actually look at the damage difference. They just see who's on top and who's not on top. That is also something that happens in World of Warcraft. Because the thing is, let's say you're playing, I don't know, a Warlock. Oh, you meant the Delubrum Regine Savage. Right, sorry, that is DRS. My bad. If you say you're playing a Warlock in World of Warcraft, and
you can change the
let's say for the sake of example that Destruction is the top DPS amongst the 3 specializations, and Demonology is second and Affliction is third. If you join a group and you're playing Affliction, people will ask, why are you not playing Destruction? Right? You have the option to play the better one. Why are you not playing the better one? the better one does more damage. And they don't care that maybe the destruction one does the most damage, and then demonology does 99% of the damage, and affliction does 97 or 95. It's a small difference. It's not big enough to really matter in the grand scheme of things. In fact, if you have more experience with your specialization of choice, you're probably doing more DPS with your preferred specialization or job. And that also circles back to Final Fantasy XIV. As Santo talked about earlier, he prefers to play Gunbreaker to the point that even if Gunbreaker is a little bit more difficult to manage than Warrior, for instance, like in general content, because Gunbreaker is more complex, for Santo, Gunbreaker is easier because Santo plays Gunbreaker like 90% of the time they play the game. So it's easier for them. So they, even if Gunbreaker gets nerfed and suddenly is weaker, probably would still play Gunbreaker, right? Oh yeah, that's true with the Delubrum Regine Savage. There was the buff-debuff limit. That was what I heard about when people were talking about it for Omega Ultimate. It was specifically Delubrum Regine where it was a problem. Because I says it really caused me issues with Dragoon. Yeah. You use jump, and then you get Mirage dive ready dodged, and that is a good one. And HK says it made me sad seeing in Party Finder no machinists and the like. Yeah, right when the current raid tier was new, it was very common to see like no paladins, no warriors, no machinists. I think they would even say no sage. Just because Scholar could feasibly do more damage. Things like that. It got really, really brutal. So that 1% health nerf on the buff was on the boss was very, very significant. But it is true that if you make like a ranking, then people will typically be more interested in who's on top than how much on top they are. It doesn't matter that they're 0.1% better than the second place. The point is that they won. Well, we have a very nice spread of colors on our chocobos. We have Kosadi with white, and then we have Sip with a rouge.
It's
purple.
regal.
It's regal. It does.
Same as my armor.
Mm. And Tessa
Royal
has.
purple.
Is that like a red?
Yeah, it's red.
That like... And then we have Natsuko with a blue one, and then I have my pink one. Everyone, I'm guessing that people have colored their chocobo their favorite color. Or at
I
least
don't
one
really
they
have
like.
a favorite. I just like the red one.
Oh, supposedly the red ones are the most dangerous,
Meteor.
especially in that one Boja raid.
Soul Silver says the mitigation stacking works. I got closer to killing it. That's good.
Right. Talking about the red chocobo was my favorite in Final Fantasy Tactics because of Meteor.
Yeah, that's why it's my favorite in Boja. Because of media.
Yeah, I
Soul
like.
Silver,
I like
with a
fighting the
bit of
chocobo
practice,
red.
you need to you should be able to, if you have like 610 gear, like just across the board item level 610 gear, it should be doable. It just takes practice. We also just like the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm pretty sure that like so I managed to solo Hell's Kia Extreme, so I'm pretty sure anything above it should be soloable in terms of damage. So if you have enough damage, it should be doable. If you need some more gear, I would highly recommend buying like a full set of crafted 610 gear. When you have that, you can use Elegant Tomestones of Astronomy to upgrade it to 620, and that way if you already have a 620 weapon, you can get a full set of 620 gear. I explain how to do this in my Tomestone of Astronomy guide. You can if you don't have rain on hand, you won't be able to upgrade everything from a full Tombstone of Astronomy stack. You're going to need a bit more than that. But it's a place to start and get some more gear. Poseidon says, I'm having a PTSD from red chocobos and Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh, that's where it's from.
Yeah. Good old PlayStation
Oh, right.
PSP.
So, but it was you that said that. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that I forgot about that. That's true. Now that you mentioned it, I do remember you popped in to say exactly that. That's good. Well, personally, the main thing that I invest astronomy in is rain, so that I can upgrade everything with time. I just haven't spent any rain recently.
Do some right now.
I could use some right now. I think I'm gonna use some a bit after the stream, maybe.
I'm too poor for rain because I need 20 more tomes to get 2, which is enough to craft the gear. This is
I
what
actually
happened when you
felt
don't have expert roulette.
you should do your main quest, man. Bruh. So it just lost my train of thought.
Words.
Words, indeed. Right, in Boja, I actually felt that the Mathman, the mathematics robot bosses, were much scarier than Red Comet.
I love the level. Was it the level 70 raid? Where
Yeah.
you gotta do
Oh, no,
those
so-
prime
so
numbers,
The thing is,
and
yeah,
someone's
so
like prime.
There's
You
a
mean the one I would die on?
Yeah.
There's one of the so I believe there are 3 encounters with the math robot in Boja.
Yeah.
The last one will make 2 of those get this number kind of mechanics. And it will put, those mechanics where it says you will run in this direction after a few seconds. It will put that on everyone. So not only do you have to find out where you need to land, you also need to position yourself according to the arrow. And if you overshoot it, you die.
Ew.
I think for that we just get damage to it down.
That's why I went to art school.
I spent my astronomy on Palaka Mistletoe since I spent so much on POS. Oh yeah, that is also a good way to do it. That is also something I recommend in the astronomy guide. Is that if you don't need the astronomy for anything else, then you can make money by buying the materials.
That's what I usually do. So I'm so poor.
Somehow you're poor despite that. Quite incredible, isn't it?
I make all the money, but I'm dirt
Well,
poor.
I did technically just buy another small, so that's why I'm poor. It's because I relocated.
I'm on my 3rd attempt to relocate.
Where are you going for another large?
No, the large are taken. I'm moving to a medium one, hopefully that's in Kugane.
I was
Lavender,
so
that's
incredibly lucky. I was incredibly lucky to get a large on the lowest price first try.
The second one I attempted was like the second to last large house in Kugane. And I was number 25 out of 38.
Yeah, Kagane is very popular.
The winning number was 26.
Yeah, so the way I went about it is that I checked every single large within my price budget, like the day before, and specifically wrote down all those with no competition because we on Louis Soir are so lucky as to have so few people that want large houses that some houses actually only had 1 person bidding.
Oh yeah, it's because Kugane was open.
So I found one in the Lavender Beds where there was only 1 other person bidding on it. That's 50% chance, and I was super lucky to win it.
Yeah, you sniped it.
Yeah, I sniped it, I guess.
That poor guy.
Yeah, that's the guy who probably made the
really
post on Reddit.
sucked. Nah, the person that lost to me did make a comment on one of my videos, but it was not an angry one. It was more just one that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still like the
Exactly, Santo. If you want a specific house in a specific ward, then you have to bid immediately, right? The best you can do is bid early, so that people that don't want competition will be scared away immediately. If you don't care what ward it is in, it is better to bid on the last day of the lottery and as late as possible, so that you can choose the ward with the least competition. If you don't care what zone it is in, then you should still wait till the last moment and then bid on the house within your price budget with the least competition.
I checked our
that's what I
FC
did.
wards, the new wards for FC for Kugane, and there was a house. Apparently, everyone wanted. It was in the subdivision. It was house 60. And 2 hours before bidding ended, there was 53 bids in that one house.
And how many was there before that?
That was 2 minutes before it ended, because I lined off to bed. But the other ward, the same house, only had 12.
Oh.
I don't know why everyone wanted subdivision 6, the 60 when the 30 plot had less.
Yeah. And Adam says, I bid in the last hour on a plot with 0 bids and 1. So that is a working strategy. Yeah, that's the thing. That is what I wanted to do. The thing is that I made one crucial mistake.
It's large.
If one day before the lottery ends, you discover houses with 0 bids, there is and you want them, of course, there's a reasonable chance that if you bid on it, no one else will. Because the people that bid on the final day will probably prefer to bid on a house with no competition. Now, the problem is that if there are no houses with no competition, then you will have to face off against someone like me, who will just weigh the odds and take the second best. And then you might lose anyway on a 50-50. But I did that bid well knowing that I had messed up, but the best recourse I had was to take the 50-50. If I had lost, I would probably not have tried for a large again. Because it's simply too tedious to be.
And then you would have gave me a winning gil.
I would just have been like, well, I have 50 million gil now.
And then you would have bought a nice new glam for 60.
Probably not.
Maybe one day.
I might have bought a Kabungle house.
You want? I can buy you one. I still have 25 million.
Yeah, you still got 25 million.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay for me. I have 10 million. I just haven't bought it.
I helped Natsu buy a house, and I attempted to buy a large, and it took me from 68 down to 4.
Well, I don't think you want to pay 4 million for a Kabunko house.
No. Ooh, 4 million? I paid 3 million for my house.
This is also a good piece of advice from Adam here. It's important that I bid in the first round when they added new wards, so everyone was trying their luck with the larges and mediums, and so many smalls were available.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All the smalls were available. No one wanted the smalls.
Thank you for joining us, Kazari.
Yeah, the small opposite of our medium was free, because it was basically empty the whole time. Because that ward, for some reason, I looked earlier, there was like no smalls getting bidded on. The one like directly opposite of the Aetheryte crystal was also not getting bidded on. It's been bidded on now, but like before it was empty. The whole ward was basically around the area. Only the largest medium and whatnot.
Yeah, the problem is that when new wards are added, the first round is where you have your best chances of getting anything. There are the most large houses up for grabs, which means that the attention is spread across all of them. Remember, those 50 people Tessa mentioned bidding on the same house, only one of them got removed from the pool. Which means that the next round, the remaining houses, if any, will have, you know, around 50 more people competing.
Yeah.
And this applies for a lot of houses. So it becomes very difficult, and it becomes more and more competitive to get the few that are still there. So the first week is your best chance to get anything. So if you want a large, your best chance to get it is when new wards are added. And if you miss the chance, then you also missed the best opportunity to buy a medium and a small at the same time. So when the new wards open, you have to make the choice. What are you going to like? What are you going to aim for? Are you going to aim for a small with, for example, as Santo mentioned, really good placement right next to the market board and summoning bells and stuff like that? Or are you going to aim for a medium? Maybe you're going to aim for just any small, you just want a house. Or maybe you aim for a large. The difference is that the bigger you like the bigger your target, the higher chance there is that you don't get anything. Like if I should give some advice to someone wanting to get into housing in Final Fantasy XIV, I would recommend aiming low for your first house, because just having a house is pretty significantly different from not having one.
Cheap teleport location.
Yeah.
Well, there's no relocation anymore. It was more to say, you have a house that you can decorate. You have a house where you can put certain things you can't put anywhere else. A little garden, for instance. And going from 0 garden to 1 garden is a lot bigger, a lot more significant. Just getting a house should be first priority. After that, you can try and aim higher for a large. It's much less devastating to lose if you at least have a house to fall back on.
I raise your
also
whale.
1 in Kugane. Nice.
With my whale.
My whale's still more expensive.
Well, yeah.
Mine burns a hole in your pocket.
Yeah. Oh, your FC won one. This house that our FC here has, we won in the first round of Ishgard housing. That's actually a pretty funny story about that, because we were 3 all like taking our money and bidding on this house, and then it like in the very last moment, like when we were just about to run out of time, Mars noticed there was this snow pile here, and he would rather have this house, despite it being further away from the market board and stuff. So we had to furnish a 4th free company member with money to bid on this house as well. Incidentally, there was no competition on either, which meant that we won both. But because of the 0-1 glitch, we all got full refunds. So that wasn't really a big issue. But that's why we have this house and not the one higher up. Someone's fighting a striking coming.
Zip.
And Santo, don't feel too bad about not having decorated your house. I haven't decorated my house very much either. I have.
I begged Kai to change it.
Yeah, I have a desk. I have a table with a pot of honey on it. And I have an Orchestrion and 4 pots. And one of them has a Thamnarian onion growing in it. I'll get to it.
Yeah, I want Kai to change his helm so I can jump on top of it.
I don't know if the Carbuncle house is short enough that you can.
It should be, ish. I mean, if I can get to the lower rungs, I'm fine.
What is the Carbuncle housing for large called?
Just Carbuncle Mansion.
Carbuncle Mansion walls? Is that the one?
Yeah, it should just be a one big thing.
Same as the Ishgard one I have.
Well, isn't it board at the market board?
Yeah, or you can make it. Just I haven't gotten the sub down that far.
Yeah, but isn't it called Carbuncle Mansion walls?
Shouldn't it just be a normal thing? I don't know. I haven't bought.
There isn't a permit or something. Isn't it the wall?
Yeah.
That's 4 million here. It might be cheap on a different server.
I think it's 3 million on another server. I haven't checked.
Floors.
Or 3.4.
Here's the thing you should remember with housing is that you shouldn't feel bad about not having decorated it yet. Remember, you didn't have a choice in when you had to buy the house. But if you wanted to decorate the house in 3 weeks, you would have needed to buy it this week to make sure you had it for decorating when you have time. So there's nothing to feel bad about. You will find time to decorate your house eventually, and then you'll do it. And besides this, I am pretty much done decorating mine, unless I get my claws on new furnishing. Yeah, and Santo mentioned the new one. Was it... Who was it that got the new one? Was it you, Thessa?
Yeah, I got the new one. I bought the... Because I couldn't get the large, I decided to drop 3 million because our server was the cheapest for the newer one, so I just bought it. It's pretty nice. It comes with 2 seating areas and a hot spring.
Oh.
Sukiya Zukuri.
I want shotgun. I wanted to lay on the dashboard.
I'm being spooky behind you.
But the Lalafell gets to lay on the dashboard. Way better animation. I think the driving animation for Lalafell is the best.
Kids in the back. Safety hazard.
Well, I am very small.
When Lalafell drive the regalia, it's a very bad safety hazard.
I know, just stand in the scene.
Like, how is it going forward?
I like how for Ishgard though, when the first stuff was up, because everyone wanted either Kugane or the Mist. For Ishgard, for the housing, only the large houses were bid on in Ishgard.
Yeah, I had a small in Ishgard, but I wanted a lavender because it's green. And it is the best zone.
I don't know, I like the scenery in Kugane.
But is your house right next to a waterfall?
No, the new one I'm bidding on is beachfront property.
That's what
It's pretty
Mouse
funny. HK just mentioned my entire ward in Ishgard is empty still.
Yeah, Ishgard isn't that
I know,
valuable.
right?
Yeah, they put out Ishgard. Everyone's like, man, I want an Ishgard house. I want an Ishgard house, man. It's gonna be so cool.
And then they remembered that if you actually made a housing district in Ishgard, it just looks as grey as the Goblet.
I know.
Yeah.
Like,
The issue with Ishgard...
listen, the thing is, the Mist is the beachfront housing. Lavender Beds is the forest housing, and Goblet is like almost like the cityscape housing. Then they add Shirogane, which is basically Mist, but it's in Shirogane.
Yeah.
And so it's better because it's newer. But I'm pretty sure Mist was already very popular. So Shirogane just becomes more popular because it's not only popular, it is also new. So then they add Ishgard housing, which is Goblet, but
The
new.
grey and not yellow.
See, they need to add
Exactly,
Crystarium
Santo.
housing.
Ishgard is decent, but it's not Mist or Shirogane. Like, the problem, quote-unquote, problem with the Ishgard housing is the same problem as the Goblet. Is that it's sort of just grey. Like, eh.
I mean, you get snow, so you can throw it at people, but it's bad.
The last
true, you
time
have
people
snow
bought
all year.
Ishgard housing was when when it first released.
Yeah. I also want to
And that was because
highlight
it's
the
the only
fact
award.
that Ishgard housing was implemented in like patch 6.0, and the housing wasn't even implemented before people asked for moon housing.
They want more green. Grey. They want more grey.
And they
They
yeah,
want
exactly.
more grey.
What do you think housing on the moon is gonna look like?
Grey with a big glass field.
And people also ask for Crystarium housing. What's that gonna look like? It's gonna look like this, but with crystals sometimes.
That may
purple.
look a bit more fancy though, because it's got crystals everywhere.
If they make it like designed like Lakeland, with all the purpley pink trees and stuff, that might work really well. But if they don't, it's still mostly just cityscape, right?
And
It's
there's
gonna
also
look
the
like this.
people that want Shallian housing. It's all everything.
Santos says, I want Moon, Elpis, and Sharlayan housing. Want Sharlayan housing? Well, Sharlayan is very close to the to the sea, so that could have like beachfront housing as well.
Beachfront cityscape.
I think what we need clearly is more forest housing to compete with lavender beds.
Yeah, the moon. Don't you know it's full of trees?
Well,
Yes, the
technically,
moon.
it's got those crystal trees.
There are the artificial trees, yeah.
And there's also the cactars. I mean, just put them there. The lunar tenders.
Yeah. HK says moon housing would just be alternating between the looks of other housings because they try to replicate normal life.
No, yeah, true.
They would just have like regions.
I've never actually been this low.
Here's a couple houses for that looks like the mist. Here's a couple houses that look like lavender beds.
Oh, that would actually be pretty cool if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like section warding for the moon would be different homes, different styles
That
in
would
each
be pretty
quadrant.
cool, yeah.
And then rather than having a nice blue sky, you have the abyss of the sky.
Hey, but you get to look at the planet.
Yeah.
And Arya comes in and says, "Where are my moon rock palm trees, guy?" Arya, weren't those some? Wasn't that something that came to you in a vision? In a dream? GM jail housings?
Oh, you can get that quite easy. Just say something racist.
Yeah, just say something
Just break the
inappropriate.
rules.
Just one huge, like, dome with no light. Actually, not a dome. It's just a big box.
GM prison housing. There's a GM
Yeah.
always there.
Yeah, just watching over you.
I've never actually been down there. I've been in this ward multiple times, but I've never been down there.
There at the bottom right, there is a.
All the
bathhouse.
towers are jumping puzzles. I know the bathhouse is right here.
I think the best part about this ward is that as long as there's not like a wall directly in front of you, if you face that way, you can identify our house from anywhere.
Yeah, there was someone who told us to change
If
the color
anyone's
of it.
curious. Yeah, there's been
There it is.
people requesting that we change our house to match more with the scenery. I'm just saying that our neighbor isn't trying to match the scenery either, so...
No, they're bright orange, and you have bright red, and then everyone else is this dull.
Exactly.
tan and black.
We didn't coordinate this. We didn't coordinate this. They just decided to also do something else. And HK just a wannabe Asian hovering over your bed. It's just like NPCs designed to appear as if they are GMs all over the place.
Wow, I lost Zip somewhere. I don't know where I lost Zip.
No, they both left.
You also lost someone else.
Oh yeah, I noticed Natsu jumped out. I was like, where did Zip go?
Yeah, it's because I'm so small. I tell him.
Technically, since Kai is now the only one in, he can actually free change while still inside.
Oh no! Oh no!
I don't mind. I like this seat. It's very fitting for small Kai.
Zip's running out to the car.
Slow down! I just want to highlight that I'm hover handing your seat. Do you see it?
Yeah. You're like, I want to take a peek and look, but I don't want to touch the seat. Well, you have Zip here clearly resting on the dashboard.
Small dragons driving this car is also really silly because they can't see. They're shorter than the steering wheel.
Yeah, she sat on the seat as well.
Nope. Small dragons sit properly.
You saying, but somehow you.
You can't really see out what I'm looking at. It's almost like the ghost car with no driver.
I like how I'm perfect height, but yet I'm not actually touching the steering wheel.
It's because you got big hands.
You're hover handing the steering wheel. Incredible. Anyway, I think this might also be a great time as any to round up the stream.
Yep.
Just to reiterate, this YouTube channel has a Discord community server, so if you would like to get reminded of the weekly schedule, or want announcements whenever there's a new video coming out or a new stream coming up, that is the best place to do it, because then you are not left at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm to get these passed on to you.
But wait, there's more.
There is actually more, because that's also where you will find some of the other people you might have seen in the stream chat to talk with. Although, often people are a little bit shy to talk in these public chat rooms. There are about 40 people that see what you're saying.
All I do is post memes.
But we're all very friendly, and all you do is post memes. Well, you're not in it.
No,
All I
I'm
do is
not.
post G poses.
Zip is in it.
I just post memes in our Discord. And even in the last Discord I was in, I just post memes.
And besides this, and this is very apt to mention, I suppose, with HK joining, is that there is also the option of becoming a member of the channel. Now, the key thing here is that the membership option is both a really great way to support the channel, but if you had the idea at any point to consider using the super chat button, I would prefer that you'd buy a membership, because then you get something in return. Whereas you just get the highlighted message when you buy a super chat. You can of course do both, but I would recommend that you get the membership first. The membership comes with a highlighted green name in the live stream chat. Unfortunately, I do not have the power to make it pink. But you do also get the pink diamond thing, or pink crystal that I drew myself. And your name will appear in the end slate of all the videos that come out every week. Well, if you appreciate that, and it gives you access to a few emotes, gives you a special role on the Discord server, and that also gives you access to see when I do member-specific posts on YouTube, which is mainly asking for your input, like what would you like to see for the next job guide or something like that.
There we go.
For example, the reason why we did Sage guides last week was specifically because Vitor Leide and Sydney Montoya, the two other members, requested it specifically. So I made that. So you do have some impact on what is being made, but there's no members exclusive content. So you're not by not being a member, you're not missing out on any content. The key thing that I want you to remember is, if you had it in your had the idea of wanting to use the super chat button for any reason, I want you to buy a membership instead, first at the very least. And I appreciate all the support you give, so even if you do choose to do it the other way around, I will appreciate the support anyway.
I just realized my machinist is level 52, and I don't remember how it got that high.
You probably did lots of passes then.
No, I barely touched it, because I just got it, and then I stopped playing. And then I just been mostly been using it for the main outfit and the umbrellas for Kai. And other people.
And with that said, I don't really have anything left to say. I guess Sib and Natsu don't have anything they want to advertise for. If I remember correctly, Thessa, you mainly make... What game is it you mainly make videos on?
Right now I'm doing War Thunder tank guides for Japan, which I am half done with the next one.
Yeah,
but
so
I stream games roughly around this time. Just anything that I'm interested in. Like, the last game I did was Frostpunk. I think the time before that was also Frostpunk.
Right. So if you also play War Thunder in your daily life and would like some guides on that, Thessa makes some on that. Let me just find the link to... I think... there should be a link to his perspective of this particular stream in the description. Let me just see if I can find it again.
Yeah, I made sure with the yours that it worked. I was like, wait, does it work?
And if you want to do that, or watch the
I just noticed
The,
Zip and Natsu.
if you want to watch some variety streaming or War Thunder specifically, that is Tessa's channel. But otherwise, you're here. We just want to say thank you all so much for watching and putting up with our free company shenanigans. Doing Shadowbringers mount farming with our ridiculous shenanigans of not really trying to learn the boss mechanics that much more beyond what we need to.
What are mechanics?
I hope it was fun to see. And with that said, good afternoon, or good night, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. And thank you all so much for watching.
Yes.
See you all very soon.
Thank you all for watching, and bye bye.
Bye bye.